Hello guys, and welcome back to another cold stream. On today's stream, we are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and we got a lot to talk about. One, I want to talk about the ban list because it's around the time where the ban list would hit, so we're going to talk about that. We got to do meme review because I didn't do that yesterday, instead I did a membership stream. And three, we got to talk about the Ritual Festival, which currently has the survey going on, so of course we're going to fill out the survey together to see how good it was, or what we remember. Did I enjoy dueling in the Ritual Festival? Honestly, more so than usual. The Ritual Festival, while it wasn't exactly perfect, it was much better than a lot of the other events, and honestly, I did actually enjoy it. It actually felt pretty good in terms of actually focusing on rituals and ritual decks. It wasn't entirely separated from other such decks. Like, you could still play Rescue Ace, you could still play Vanquish Soul, which was pretty fine for the most part. And yeah, like, it was annoying that Makanko existed and stuff like that, but for the most part, it felt like an actual ritual event, which was cool. What do you think of the special rules for the ritual event? Honestly, rituals are so bad that it wasn't great, but all in all, it was still decent. Did I participate in a ritual event? Sorry, did your participation in the Ritual Festival provide you with an opportunity to experience a variety of cards? No, it was like all Makanko. That's not entirely true, but it was more so that there it is. I already play this game way too much, and I already know all of the cards. How were the event duels with them? Well, hold on. I used the loner to try new and unfamiliar archetypes. I'm going to mark both of these, because for some reason, you can select both. Cool. Glad I only got one Makanko player and a bajillion blue eyes, guys. That's also, yeah, there was a lot of blue eyes, especially in like lower ranks like silver and gold. Lots of them. How were the event duels with loner decks? Honestly, they were pretty fun. Besides the blue eyes one, which was super bad, the other two loner decks I did were actually pretty interesting. Were you satisfied with the event exclusive missions? I was. Actually no. I hate the missions. I despise that they exist because, for me, they're always just a, just like a really annoying side task, basically, that more or less just force me to continue to play the event, even though I've already done all of the things and all of the stuff. So there's that. We might actually need to play the ritual event, I'm not gonna lie. Were you satisfied with how the rewards were balanced? No, I'm never satisfied with those. Would you say that you are satisfied or dissatisfied with the overall experience in the Ritual Festival? Honestly, more satisfied than dissatisfied, but not by much. It still is far from perfect, and far from what we got in Theme Chronicle, in the NR event, and even in Attribute 4, which Attribute 4 was a failure of colossal proportions, but because of the core concept being so good, it still was better. But alas, here we are. Tell us what you think about the Ritual Festival. Enjoy duels with different regulation. I don't want to say this because then they'll keep doing more events. But no, yeah, it's true. I do. I enjoy using different rules and regulations. I mean, who doesn't from time to time? 5 mirror matches in a row with self-TK. People want their gems and then dip. Interesting. Play because I want to earn rewards. I find it difficult to attack, limitation, loader decks, yada yada. Keep max C banned in these events, and they will be better. There you go. There you go. Survey done. Survey complete. I need to synchro summon. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I still have Ritual Festival stuff to do. I do. I can still collect gems. Nah, that's fine. We'll play more like a Vanquish Soul for that. Second thing. So, we have the ban list. We could talk about the ban list. Right, which I mentioned, I did a video on it, and I kind of want to bring it up again. Not because of anything that I said particularly in the video, but more so just because I do like talking about it live and being able to get like feedback. But I'm gonna wait for a few more people to come in. We're gonna start with meme review. Meme review, since I didn't do it yesterday because reasons. Normally I do, today I didn't. Let us begin. I've seen the first two memes, and it gave me high hope that these memes are good, because for the most part, they're decent, which was surprising. And I just saw the first two memes. So we have the Master Duel Experience by when your opponent plays the game, sad. When I play the game, absolutely. This is actually true. Bruh, ain't no shot you just said that. That's wild. That's wild. That's not even funny. Anyway, luckily no one else got to see that. Sorry. A Master Duel Experience, cool. Toss format in 2023. Stop making striker support. I'm tired of seeing it. Absolutely. Absolutely. They should unban Dragoon. We'll talk about that in a second. Salad best deck, let's go! We got like 2 cards. Salad best deck, let's freaking go. Also, why? There is so much new striker support. They keep printing striker support. It's like, in every set, there's a new card. It's really annoying. And like, half of the cards are ass, but like, why? Why are there so much of it? And then Orchest and Thunder Dragon are getting nothing. It's annoying! At the very least, like, you could put Colossus to 1 in the TCG. Give us something, please. Put Harpor to 3 in the TCG. Do something. Anything. Anything at all. I would love to play Orchest again. We would all love to play Orchest again. Orchest is based. You can't change my mind. Cards pulled from legacy packs should be able to be dismantled. Yes and no. Here's the problem with legacy pack cards. Yes, you should absolutely be able to dismantle them, but they should basically cost less, or like dismantle for less, right? And the reason I say that is because if you were to allow them to be the same cost as like regular cards, it would really F with the economy of the game. And the game hasn't gotten too expensive to where that is necessary. For the most part, legacy cards should be able to be dismantled, mostly because it's annoying. More so than anything. More so because it's annoying to have a billion cards that you just can't dismantle. Like, there is no world in which I am going to ever use Sophia, nor Dystopia, nor Tierra, nor any, like, Assembworm, and like all of these random cards where it's just like, cool, get out of here. Hello, my nerdy friend Snow. How dare you? I am not a nerd. I take offense to that. My favorite gender for real. Shoutouts to decks that can combo for 20 minutes straight and still end up with the worst board you've ever seen. For real. Excuse me? Have you seen Megalith end on full pass? Meme review is so fun. So far it's been pretty decent. This one wasn't really a meme, but I'll take it. This one's actually funny. Again. This has been 3 good memes and a not meme that has been, you know, decent. In a row. Which is surprising. But this one's actually... It's actually kind of funny. It's actually a little bit funny. They're not like the funniest things, but memes can never be the funniest things because they're memes. 3 memes in a statement. That's what it is. There we go. But because Megalith is on here, I am triggered. How dare you? To be fair, without Block Dragon, absolutely true. With Block Dragon, absolutely not true. They actually can end on a board that's insane. But yeah, Megalith does combo for like 6 years and does nothing. It's sad. Like, a single Imperm entirely shuts down the board. It's like, cool, Imperm full, and they go... That's me. What's your opinion on this case? Maxi is a lawyer. My client has the rights to defend himself against combo decks. So I say he can draw 1 card per special summon. I don't get the... Is this a joke? Okay, this one's bad. I just don't understand. Like, is this a reference? Mr. Anti-Meta. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Cool, we're gonna continue on from there. When you go from Platinum 1 to Diamond 5, you realize he's not built for this. Platinum 1 and Diamond 5 are like the exact same in my eyes. I do not notice the difference. A better example would be Diamond 1 to Master 5. No, that jump doesn't matter either. It's more like from Plat 2 to Plat 1. That's the difference. Because all of a sudden in Plat 1 people care. Or like in Diamond 2 to Diamond 1. I do love this image though. This is a phenomenal image. Too bad this has nothing to do with Yu-Gi-Oh! Me in this event. You know, I'm something of a ritual monster myself. That is some damn good high quality imaging. That's... Alright. Oh, this is good. These are funny. These are actually good. I'm impressed. I'm impressed! It's not insane. It's not... But, like, that is a high quality picture that actually looks good. And it's decently funny. Average Pearly gameplay. Before battle phase. After battle phase. End phase. Cat. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Why? Okay. The level is so low for Yu-Gi memes that anything is good. Okay. Do you think this is a bad meme? This is actually like me in this event. You know, I'm something of a ritual monster myself. That is exactly true. That's also very funny. It's also high quality. It's not insane, but like, that's what a meme is. This one, however, is... Sure. Yeah, okay. You will play a new deck? Don't waste money. Buy gems and or play ranked. Create new account. Okay, yeah, whatever. Don't look at me with those big ol' eyes. Yes, of course I've seen a cat. Those are dogs. Also, absolutely horrifying. Except for that one. That one's cute. That one can stay. The rest of these, Eldritch Abominations, who are here to steal my soul. Too bad I don't have one. Suffer. I will not elaborate. No shot we're comparing Raisin to Hanzo, right? We're not comparing a good card to a not good card. Never thought of it as a cat. Well, now you have. Facts. The only person novels are good. Wait. The only reason novels are good in Ritual Event is because Droll and Lockbird is banned. No. It's because, like, a million other things are banned. It's not just Droll. It's because Maxi is banned. It's because, you know, all of the other, like, good decks are banned. It's because there's no extra deck available, basically. It's because there's no Droll. It's because of... You get the point. Droll did nothing wrong. Give an animation to Hungry Burger, you cowards. I can explain. You have 4 animations. I have 2. 2 animations. I have 1. Digital Bug has an animation? On what? Oh, Rhino Buzz. Right? Right? That card has an animation. Right? Hold on. Hold on. There's a button for this. Yeah, Rhino Bus. Okay, cool. Did you know that you can search by summon animation? Isn't that cool? You guys have an animation? True. True. I hate this format, but that is true. It's kind of sad. Bale Grill does not have a summon animation. Or Hungry Burger. To be fair, Hungry Burger absolutely deserves one. But you know what else doesn't have a summon animation? That's right, the fucking Egyptian gods. Why? Where are they? They should be right here. But they're not, because Konami. Do you know what's also very interesting? One thing I've noticed with this game is that always, 100% of the time, no matter what you sort by, Blue Eyes, Dark Magician, Red Eyes, and Neos are like always at the top. Always. Consistently. It's wild. It's very funny. So many possible animations for cards that win you the duel. I wish I was there for the Pendulum stream. So much tech I could have recommended. Let me tell you right now, if you were recommending me shit for the Pendulum stream, I would have silenced you. I get that you're trying to help. It never comes off that way. And you would have been another dissenting voice who would have been telling me to do this other thing. And then I got this voice over here telling me to do a thing. And then I got this voice over here telling me to do a thing. And it just doesn't work. I get you're trying to help. It's not saying that you don't know what you're talking about. It's more so, it just doesn't work. Odd to see it outside of stun decks. When a Labyrinth player can respond before your on summon effect, an unexpected answer from God. I do like this idea, the unexpected answer from God, being just judgment. I find that very funny. Everything else about this is kind of mid, but this, very funny. Solemn judgment. You're just like, what? Turns out it was a warning. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so diverse. Come play Yu-Gi-Oh! We got, sorry, hold on. Come play Yu-Gi-Oh! Falcon Kick, we got Sigma Male, our RPG bosses, Diabetic Candyland, and Dragon Maids. Cool. This is part 2, by the way. Come play Yu-Gi-Oh! We got Falcon Kick, Sigma Male, RPG bosses, Candyland, and Dragon Maids. I like how Dragon Maids is literally just, and this one. There is nothing different. It's just Dragon Maids. Come play Falcon Kick. I hate it here. You brick, but you have Maxi. Opponent activates Stake Your Soul, revealing Ash Blossom. Fucking loser. Get staked. Mathematic players. Friendship ended with Axis Code Talker. Now Firewall, Dark Fluid, Neo Tempest, Terahertz is my best friend. I cannot stand this meme format. It's so bad. Anyway. That's all. It's so boring. And so mid. Just another cog in the machine. What is my purpose? To be used as material for Dark Fluid, Neo Tempest, Terahertz. Liar. Liar. It's to bring back Splash Mage. That's what it should have said. What is my purpose? To bring back Splash Mage. Oh, God. That's absolutely what it is. To bring back Splash Mage. That's your whole purpose. That's your job. You bring back Splash Mage. Do you do anything else? No. Not in the slightest. Which fateful duel would you join? What is happening? What? This is... Okay. Yeah. It's a meme. Terahertz as long as name is the funniest part. Absolutely. Distant feminine chuckling. Normal summon Shiranui Solitaire. My opponent. Ash Blossom. This post is deeply unnerving. I don't know what it is about the T-posing Ash Blossom, but it's terrifying. This is... I'm gonna have nightmares about this. Okay, cool. Terahertz is technically dark fluid. I know. These let heckin' wholesome 100. What? Another week of mostly bad memes. Please put the chicken back up on the screen. What? Who are these people? I will say these memes are okay. There were definitely some sneakers, like this one. Only zombie players feel that. That's understandable. Most of these aren't exceptional. I do like an unexpected answer from God for judgment. That is, I will always now think of an unexpected answer from God as judgment. I want to now rename all of the judgments to unexpected answer from God. But the first, like, 4. Okay, the first 3 minus the statement. The first 3 actual memes are actually pretty good. Activates tactics talents. Draws nothing because now your play entirely stops. Cries. This one is funny. This one is funny. It's like 3 different memes, all of which are actually decently funny. This one is just something, and then this one is decently funny. That's it. Then they all got bad. No, they were mostly bad. This one could have been so much funnier if it was just bring back Splash Mage instead of the to be used as material for Firewall, Dragon, Dark Fluid, Neo Tempest, Terahertz. Yes, I missed meme review. The first one had me cackling. Fair enough. Mech Knights deserve their animations, by the way. No shot, Mech Knights deserve 4 animations over 0 of the Egyptian gods. I can explain. You can't! Liar! Liar! Cool, moving on. Let's talk Banlist. What are cores in Yu-Gi-Oh? What do you mean? Terror's name reminds me of Neo Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon. That's not a real card. Neo Armstrong. That's not a real card. You can't trick me. I don't know what that is in reference to, so I couldn't tell you. It's probably like a One Piece reference that I just made myself look like a fool and just outed myself for not watching One Piece, but oops. Okay, chat. Let's talk Banlist. And let's talk one of the opinions I have heard. About the ban list, or just in general, that keeps popping up, and it's about this guy. Let's talk about Dragoon. What are my PC specs? Very bad. I'm not even going to tell you, because they are really bad. I got this PC like ages ago. I am poor and can't afford a new one, so. Here we have Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. A monster that can be summoned off of Dark Magician and Red Eye's Black Dragon, or a Dragon Effect monster, which, notably, can be made in Branded. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, because it's a thing Branded players will do, and they cannot be trusted. Hint, hint, I am also one of them. But, I've seen a lot of people talking about Dragoon, specifically being unbanned, and I absolutely have to disagree. Now, I've heard the dissenting voices, and I've heard people say, hey, it's not going to do anything. It's not good. Like, you can literally look at the TCG. It's not doing anything in the TCG, which is not true. That's just blatantly not true. It does. For quite some time, Branded was utilizing it quite effectively. You still see it in, like, stun decks and stuff like that as just, like, an extra option to go into. But in the OCG, there is a reason it's banned, and especially in a best-of-1 scenario, there is a massive reason as to why it's banned. Dragoon or Verte, you can only have one. Neither. However, even with Verte banned, I still don't like Dragoon. And here's why. Just because you could doesn't mean you should. Here's why. Dragoon provides a lot of advantage in a best-of-1. Not everyone can play an out to this card. It automatically shuts down a lot of different strategies simply by existing, and it enables a lot of stun decks that are already significantly stronger due to it being a best of one and not having access to a side deck. If you have a side deck, this card is not that big of a deal. In the OCG, I think this card realistically could come back. Do they have Verte? No shot they have Verte. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Do they? They don't have Verte in the OCG, right? I'm going crazy. Stay banned. Let me check out the OCG list. I'm not crazy. Verte's banned. Yeah, Verte's banned. Okay. The OCG's not that dumb. They did ban Elf, so, you know, it's better than Master Duel. Oh, I love Sprite, and I'm even just like, dude, just ban Elf, please, just ban it. Just, let's be smart about this. Stop limiting all my cards. Verte, Hulk, and Electromite did nothing wrong. Oh! No. I could explain Electromite. I've explained Electromite so much. Verte absolutely did a whole bunch of shit wrong. Verte allows you to basically go, cool, you stopped my combo, I have 2 monsters on my side of the field, make Verte, now I have a boss monster that's difficult to deal with, cool, good luck. Right? Hulk absolutely did a whole bunch of shit wrong. It banned like 9 tuners just by existing because the tuners were decent. Jet Synchron should not be a banned card. Jet Synchron is not powerful enough to be banned. That's just a fact, right? No shot, in no world, does Jet Synchron deserve to be banned. Jet Synchron was banned because of Hulk. Is this a ban-worthy card? No. Was it banned? Yes, because of Hulk. Hulk is absolutely insane. Generating a tuner in particular, while also being able to then special summon a tuner on the opponent's turn, is kind of powerful. On top of that, it doesn't restrict you in almost any other way. Unlike something like Verte, right? At least Verte is reasonably balanced. Is that not useful? No, I just don't have it. Because I decrafted it. There it is. Hulk of Fibrax is a funny card. And that's it. That's all I'm going to say. It's a funny card. It's an insane card that just... I do not know how they did this. Ban all the tuners. But... I've talked a lot about Electromite as well, so we're not really going to talk much about Electromite, except for the fact that Electromite absolutely did do a whole bunch wrong. It's very similar in nature to Hulk of Fibrax, where we didn't really get any good tuners while Hulk of Fibrax existed. As soon as Hulk of Fibrax was banned, we got good tuners again, and I think similarly, something is happening with Electromite and Pendulums. We've just barely got good Pendulums in the OCG, and the thing is, even with that being said, they're not great. They're good, don't get me wrong, but they're not like insane. It just allowed them to actually like play engine or non-engine, which was nice. Ban all Link 1s. Link 1s. Okay. Ban all Link 1s. Yes, Link 1s shouldn't exist. I will agree with that. However, that's neither here nor there. That's too many cards. How many cards are Link 1s? There's like a million, right? Yeah, there's a ton. There's a ton of Link 1s. And I can understand the sentiment. Link 1s are absolutely insane. However, then you get rid of like the entire Appliancer archetype, which is not worth it. Verte is worthless in Predaplant anyway. True. Same with Electromite in that deck that I can't remember the name. Metal Foes, Dear Atlanta. What's up, GG? Elf is doing the same thing that Hulk did. Is it, though? There's been one ban. There's been one ban / limitation to level 2s. That's not true. Swap Frog did also get banned. Never mind. You're probably correct about that one. And Toad is banned. Yeah, Elf is absolutely doing that. You are correct. Again, Elf should be banned. Errata, Hulk, and Verte to their respective archetypes and we're good. Yeah, you could. Or you could just keep them banned. There's no reason to unban them or errata them. You could just print different cards. You could just make different cards that didn't have that stuff. Like, I don't have any, like, personal attachment to Halka Fibrax. I don't care if it comes back off of the ban list. This card could rot in hell, and I would not care. That's it. Same with Verte. Same with Dragoon. Now, let's actually get back on to topic, which is Dragoon, which is something that people actually genuinely want unbanned. And I think it's because no one has actually ever played against this card. Like, I see so few people actually talk about this card who play, like, the TCG or anything like that. Let me tell you, Dragoon is not fun. It's not fun. It's really not fun. Yes, there are ways to deal with it, just like there are with Pearly Noir and stuff like that. But the difference is how easy this guy is to make at the end of your combo or in stun. And let me tell you, having this on top of whatever other combo you do, not fun. Not fun. Imagine instead of setting 5 and passing, your opponent set 4 and then activated Red Eye's fusion and summoned this motherfucker. And now you have to deal with, or I guess it would be like set like 3 and then have Undegate in hand. But now you have to deal with this guy and a bunch of back row. It's like, no one wants that. No one would. What are you talking about? No one wants to deal with that. That sounds like a nightmare. And it is. It's terrible. It's not fun. I've played against it. It makes me want to pull my hair out. And I like my hair, so you know it's bad. Yeah, this card, especially in a best of one where you don't have a side deck to be able to, like, out back row or out this card in particular, like with Kaijus and stuff like that, it's just not worth it. No, the people who really want it are Dark Magician players who think that they would be summoning this guy consistently, and they wouldn't. That's not who'd be using this. This isn't where you'd be seeing it. You wouldn't be seeing it and, like, all of a sudden Dark Magician's good. That's not what's happening. What's happening is you make stun better. You make, cool, here's a bunch of back row that you can't deal with, and a big asshole that you also can't deal with. Now you can't even deal damage to me. Cool. It's like, ah. Probably the same people who said Masterpiece can come back. True. Yes, Masterpiece could come back, and it wouldn't realistically change the meta. However, it's also not a very fun card to play against. Similarly to things like Dragoon. Also, it's still a good card. Is it Masterpiece? Like this? Let's find out. It's 2 words. Good to know. So Masterpiece is a card that exists. In a similar vein to Dark Dragoon, it has a way to interrupt you, to basically protect itself, right? While also being more or less unaffected. Yes, it can technically only be unaffected by 2 of the 3 things, but that's not really that big of a deal. Masterpiece to 1 Konami, please. No. On top of that, once per turn during the player's turn, you get a pop-up card, which is very strong. And it's in an archetype that's also already prone to playing Floodgates, which makes it also not very fun. This deck, if it sees Masterpiece, will probably win the duel, or if it sees a way to summon Masterpiece. And with all the insane amount of draw cards that there currently are, I don't really think it's worth it. On top of that, I just genuinely do not find Masterpiece to be a fun card to play against. And yes, you could say, like, oh, but True Dracos are fine. They're not really doing anything. And that's true. But as soon as you give them Masterpiece, they probably would be doing something, and they would be ruining your games. That's what they would be doing. So yeah. Unbanned Ultimate Offering. Honestly, yeah, you can fucking have Ultimate Offering. I do not give a shit about that card. That card is ass. That card's so bad. I'm gonna eat a cookie. Masterpiece can be summoned on your turn to interact with you, and then be brought back to interact with you. Unbanned Pot of Greed. Well, that reminds me. There was a video of a guy. Let me see if I can find it. Masterpiece isn't hard to summon. In fact, you can play it in archetypes outside of its own and still see it see play. Because it's just like a big asshole. If you have like a continuous trap, great, fantastic. You now have an out to... Or you now have a guy that can be summoned. Or even a continuous spell. You now have a big asshole boss monster. I still can't fathom that this is actually a take that people have. You really never see Masterpiece turn 1 unless they open the nuts. Usually, you could card advantage before investing 2 cards for it to be summoned. Yep. And the thing is, yeah, sure, it's not going to show up on that first turn, but the thing is, that's not really the point of Masterpiece, right? It's more so the fact that in a best of 1, this card, similar to things like Dragoon, are going to cause a lot of issues, right? Yes, another thing is, like, on top of that, it's not the whole game plan, right? Like, True Dracos can do a lot of other things outside of this individual card. Dark Magician can do things outside of Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, right? So not having them means that the deck still functions. If they needed this card to basically function as a deck, like for example, Pearly, a lot of people have been asking for the Pearly Noir ban, which I can understand, but the difference is Pearly doesn't really have a big boss monster outside of Noir. Like, that is their goal, is make Noir. You could maybe argue, oh, it's a going second deck, you play Happiness, you play Happy, you play X Pearly and E Pearly Happiness, and that's like your OTK option, yada yada. But let's be honest, that sucks way more than Noir Turbo, right? Okay, you might not think that, but Dumb Knight Fighter was always secretly the best card in the deck. I don't think it was secretly. He was just always the best card. Noir is good, thanks to Noir, since a Kaiju is an instant surrender button. Have you ever played against Pearly? That's a genuine question. Have you ever played against Pearly? Yes? Okay. Then, have you read My Friend Pearly? The fuck are you talking about? You Kaiju me. That's cool. That's worrying. But I still just got 3 cards back. That's what you Ash? Stop talking. Jared, just stop talking. Just stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Shush. Shut the mouth. You know no. You know nothing. Yeah. I don't know. Masterpiece, honestly, realistically, could it come back to 1 and would it cause issues? Maybe not. But should it come back? No. It's still just an annoying shithole that doesn't deserve to be in the game. It's just really annoying to play against, similar to a lot of other cards, like like the Myriad of Floodgates. Right? Like, we all know the Floodgates. We all know what I'm talking about, right? I don't know why I'm going to this one. Like this guy. Speaking, this is kind of a Floodgate. It's a Floodgate. Eradicator was the only thing that I actually mentioned that would realistically be banned in my video. And I still hold true to that statement. I really don't think that there is much that Konami is likely to ban outside of this card. Do I see it actually getting banned? Not really, but it's kind of like the one thing that I could see being banned. There are like a few other things that could be limited, but yeah, in terms of bans, probably not. Right? There's no shot they're going to ban Noir. There's no shot they're going to ban Mexi. There's no shot they're going to do any of like that stuff. Maybe some limitations to stuff like that, but yeah. Another comment that I've seen, another thing that I've seen, is Plump ban, which is wild. Wild. Yes, Plump technically makes Noir, therefore you ban Plump. The problem is, Plump doesn't do shit. Plump is not the issue, right? Like, you just make a Yeep. You just make a Yeep, and, like, yeah, now you can't make, like, a big unaffected Noir, but, like, you just play Yeep Turbo and, like, Happiness and stuff like that. Like, that doesn't really change much. Like, it kind of does, but it's just more annoying, right? The way to hit the deck is obviously by hitting consistency, right? Like, hitting the actual quick plays is way more impactful than banning something like Plump. Yes, you could ban Plump, and then they're not making Noir turn 1, and so they instead pivot to the Ghost Trick stuff, and they do, like, whatchamacallit, Turbo, you know. What if they don't touch Pearly at all? They're absolutely going to hit Pearly. There's no shot that they don't, because in the Duelist Cup, it was the most represented deck, and it wasn't close. It also won the event, and it's no longer... I believe it's no longer in the shop. Am I wrong? Yeah, it's no longer in the shop. So, there's no shot it's not going to be. I like your optimism, though. Oh yeah, Delicious Memory is also going to be limited. Like, there's no world in where it's not. They might hit a different thing. They might hit, like, Happy, which would be wild, but... if Magic Key Spirit Virtue Effect resolves, does that stop every card in the game? I've never read that card in my life. Let's read it together. What? Yeah, losing even one copy of a memory is impactful. What one was it? Vataru? The start of the damage of this card is wait, what? At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster with the same attribute as a normal monster or Magic Key monster in your grave, you can detach material. Your opponent must send that monster to the grave. What do you mean? Which one were we talking about? Hold on. Effect resolves. Does that stop every card in the game? Every monster card? It doesn't stop any card. What it does is it sends the card that it's battling to the graveyard instead of actually battling it. That's all that it does. Would Pearly still be the best deck if they got hit? Depending on what else got hit. And it also depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about in terms of, like... if we're talking about, like, in tournaments, or in, like, higher level rooms and stuff like that, yeah, probably. There isn't really a deck that I could see overcoming it unless it received multiple hits. Like, for example, hitting... like, yeah, maybe if you ban the Noir, that would... obviously, that would change it, right? That would probably bring it down quite a bit. But if it was, like, a limitation of Delicious and a limitation of Pretty, then yes, it would no longer be the best deck. If it's just, like, limiting Delicious or something like that, it's probably still the best. Especially in, like, higher rated areas and stuff like that where people actually know how to play Pearly. But if we're talking on the ladder, is it going to be, like, the best deck to climb or something like that? No, I would probably say Labyrinth after the hit. If Labyrinth remains untouched, would probably be better. Hard to say, though. Maybe you could argue Mathmech. Although Mathmech loses to a lot of, like, board wipes where Labyrinth doesn't as much. And, like, Pearly even doesn't, so, I don't know. They're still, like, definitely the best, but, or, like, definitely up there, but maybe not the best. What's up, Murkrow? Limit Delicious and Semi-Sleepy. Well, in the TCG, Delicious is at 1, right? And very clearly this is like the big bad card. Here's the thing, chat. Think about it like this, right? Pearly just had a big showing in the Duelist Cup. Pearly is no longer in the shop. Delicious Memory is a rare. Delicious Memory is getting limited. It was designed to be a card that was going to go to 1 at some point. Of course it's going to 1, right? I would be more surprised if they ever touch Sleepy Memory. It's just not realistically going to happen. I would imagine something like a Pearly or a Pearlily is more likely to get hit. Oh, I wanted to show you this. I wanted to show you. There is a 40-minute video, chat, of we should unban Pot of Greed. There's a 40-minute video. I have not watched it because I refuse to watch it because it does not make sense to me. And because I'm almost certain that every single argument is going to be, it'd be funny. Not really, but it basically accumulates to like, oh, it's not actually that big of a deal to draw 2 additional cards. And it's like, yeah, technically, no, you could absolutely play Pot of Greed at 1. I think that's fine. Realistically, for the balance of the game, it's not going to change much. But do you really want to see Pot of Greed in literally every single deck profile for the next 10 years until it gets banned again? It's like, come on. Come on. Use brain. I refuse to watch it. It has to be a meme. It's got to be. But I watched like 3 minutes of it and I was like, it's a legit vid. I know. That's the problem. It's basically just it wouldn't change the meta. I knew that was going to be the case because like there's no shot they actually are like, what if we took a card that is going to be in every single deck and put it to 1 so that it shows up in every deck? And it's like, but yes, there are outs, but like who cares? Anyway, it's hilarious. Are they dropping the Little Noir with the Pearly ban? I would imagine. I would imagine they limit. This is probably why they might not limit Delicious because of the fact that they're going to release Pearly Noir, but they also are probably not that dumb to be like, yeah, let's release full power Pearly, because that has never been an issue, even though literally prior to Pearly Noir, it was an issue that we had to limit. And so I think realistically they're going to limit it and then release the Pearly Noir. That's my guess, right? Delicious Memory, or like Happiness or something like that. Just like one of them is going to get hit. Pot of Greed enables draws into your bricks. That's the downside. Pot of Greed to 3. Just draw your bricks, forehead. Would it be able to be re-implemented if Pot of Greed had a life point sacrifice to draw the 2 cards? No. Nope. Not unless the life point sacrifice was 8,000. And then people would still play it. Like, I am being dead serious. Hey, you've seen the other pot of cards, right? Like, Pot of Desires banishes like a third of your deck to draw 2. Still played. A lot. Right? Pot of Extrav banishes randomly from your extra deck a key component and has a million other restrictions. Still played. A lot. A lot. Hell, Prospian Duality have even less in terms of like actual card advantage. And Prosperity is one of the best cards ever made. Yeah. Losing life points for a draw 2 would be insane. Morganite is kind of like Pot of Greed. It's nothing like Pot of Greed. Morganite is a trap. If we're actually talking about time tearing Morganite is a trap. The reason being, it doesn't actually get you 2 draws, because you have to survive that turn, and also, those 2 cards might be dead. For example, if I were to activate Pot of Greed, right, like you interact with me and stuff like that, and then at the end of my turn, or like I do my combo, and at the end of the turn I go, cool, Pot of Greed. Now I draw 2 hand traps. Fantastic. Now I have 2 additional interactions on my turn. Time Tearing Morganite says, cool, I'm going to activate this. It's going to do nothing except for allow me to get an additional normal summon. Maybe that does something. You do your full combo. Cool, your hand is now dead. You can't do anything from your hand, right? They're just dead. So drawing those 2 additional cards could be good for a comeback or after your board gets broken or something like that. But realistically, it's not actually doing anything. It's a trap. It's a trap. Unless you're playing stun, in which case it's not a trap. It's double summon, then Pot of Greed. Yeah, true. Sometimes people use extra sends some people's decks are made to use their effects. Wait, what? Are you talking extra foolish burial? You said extra pot. Are you talking extrav? I don't know. Using Morganite, we lose access to Ash, Maxi, Valor, Ghost Bell, and Nib. And a myriad of other things as well. Extrav. Extrav doesn't send shit to the grave. Extrav banishes it. Banish. Face down. You don't get access to that. Unless you're... there's like very few cards that can do that. Can I be a mod? No. You are a child. I do not trust you. Yeah, Extrav is at least more fair. It's still really annoying, though. If I were to name things that I wanted banned, Prosby is like number 1. I hate this card. Jared, if that was a new pot card, it would not see play. That's like the only way drawing 2 wouldn't see play. If you can't normal summon or set, you could only summon 4 monsters, set 2 cards, and only activate 2 cards for the rest of this turn. Yeah, it just wouldn't be enough. Why Prosperity? Why the hate? Prosperity is useful in every single deck, as Murkrow mentioned earlier. Honorable mention for Upstart Goblin. Upstart Goblin is also insane. I don't know why it's at 3. Imagine being able to play a 37 card deck. That's what Upstart Goblin does, right? Back to Prosby. Prosby is insanely overpowered. It basically says, cool, at the cost of cards you are no longer using, you get to search out either your play starter or an interruption. Right? And going second, you get to see your board breaker, or whatever it may be, right? It's really too good. Pot of Prosperity and a Rise Heart and a bunch of graveyard extra deck cards. Yep. Prosperity reads draw 6, return 5. That is exactly what it reads. Prosby gives you a custom hand, which is really cool. Yeah, Prosperity, I can understand why people think that this is a cool card. It's not. If you look at the TCG, let's actually do that. Let's actually look at a tournament right now in the TCG. Shall we? Where was the tournament? TCG tournament? Tournaments. Is there like a page for tournaments? Premier. Bruh. That's deck formats. That didn't help. Okay. There's tournament decks for the OCG. Let's look at... I don't want these stupid WCQs. Get them out of here. YCS. Though, to be fair, I could look at the WCQs. Bro. Was this an... This was a YCS. Okay, cool. Where are all the YCS ones? You don't know the frustration until they reveal evenly going second off of Prosby, or Maxi going first. Oh, revealing Maxi going first is such a pain. You're just like, well, okay, cool, great. I guess they have everything, and now I die. Oh. YCS, 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 YCS. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at 5 decks from the YCS and see how many of them are playing the maximum amount of copies of Prosperity. Right? Okay, this one's playing 2, but it's also tier. Or not tier. Labyrinth. So they play weird ratio. This is also just like a weird list in general. It's 43 cards. This one's weird. What the hell? They're also playing the Pot of Extract though, so that might be why. But 2 Prospies. We have Unchained. 2 more Prospies. Okay. So far no one's technically playing 3. Oh, this one's Labyrinth playing 3 Pot of Extract, so that one's also weird. 3 Pot of Prosby. And oh, this one's Tier. Tier actually requires like every single one of its cards. So, bad example. But you see my point. 3 out of the 5 decks that we looked at were playing 2 to 3 copies of Prosby, right? And that's pretty standard for the TCG, right? So Prosby is an ever-present card, right? It's not quite on the same level as something like Max C, because it doesn't warp a format. But the difference is that it basically says like, hey, I get to search out an additional card, right? With like very little restrictions, because I get to choose whether to see 3 or 6. I get to choose what cards I'm banishing. I get to choose basically everything, which is a lot. That's a lot of agency. And when 1 card combos exist in basically every deck, it's a get out of jail free card. Exactly. Or put your opponent in jail card, right? It's a lot more powerful, I would say, in best of 3s. But even with that being said, it's still insane. Magical Mallet is kind of busted in the right deck. No. It's inherently a -1. Like, the only decks that use it are decks that can already draw a whole bunch of other cards. It's not the reason that you're able to actually see additional cards. It's inherently worse, right? Like, yeah, you get to, like, recycle your hand, but that doesn't really matter all that much if you don't end up seeing the correct cards off of the recycle, right? Or if you don't already have them in your hand, right? Which, like, yeah, in theory, maybe you could do something, but again, it can also be ashed after you put cards away. Magical Mallet. This card's really bad. Oh, no, sorry, it can't be ashed after you shuffle. I lied. I'm thinking of Reload. Does Reload do that? I think so. No, right? No shot it's that bad. No. I don't know. These cards are weird. I don't think so. Never mind. There's something you can ash after, like, the cards get put back or something like that. I forget what it is. I made Magical Mallet, which can return itself. Magical Mallet is only good if your deck is hyper bricky. Magical Mallet is almost never good unless you're playing an FTK. There's only, like, it's only good in FTKs. I can't think of another deck that would really utilize it, because the problem with Magical Mallet is that you need to see, like, a critical mass of cards, right? So in something like Exodia, where you can, like, put the Exodia pieces back and then, like, draw cards that could be useful, like, that's useful. But for the most part, it's, like, just really bad. It's just actively bad. Fortune Fairy use it? That's because Fortune Fairy... Well, first of all, It's Fortune Fairy. Fortune Fairy is bad. Second of all, Fortune Fairy rely on actually being drawn to activate their effects, so it does make sense to play something like Magical Mallet or Reload, because that actually triggers the effects, right? Magical Mallet doesn't even shuffle for cost, it's basically just a mulligan. Yeah, but we're not playing with anime rules, because if we were... Raw... do I not have one? Raw would be a good card. It wouldn't be insane, but it'd be a good card. Fortune Fairy is basically an FTK? Absolutely. Okay, what were other things that I wanted to talk about? I want to talk about these two motherfuckers. That one can stay. Let's talk about Dimension Shifter and Fenris. First of all, do I think that they are going to be limited? No. Second of all, do I want them to be? Absolutely. Both of these cards are really powerful for different reasons. First of all, let's talk about Shifter. Shifter basically is a floodgate from the hand, which is not great. Things like Droll are also like that. The difference is that Droll is a bit weaker because it can't be fired unless your opponent already has done something, which I think makes it a little bit better, but I do think that it is a problematic card in general. It just kind of auto-wins games and stuff like that. But Shifter in particular is very, very powerful and is very strong. And so I would like to see it be banned. It just kind of auto-wins games, even more so than Droll, because a lot of decks rely on the graveyard. Yeah. Fenrir to 1. I like that stupid bad designed card. Yeah, Shifter is just a problem. I've never seen... I don't think I've ever heard anyone actually defend Dimension Shifter. They're like, nah, yeah, it's a bad card. Like, they'll play it, because we all do, let's be honest. I mean, we play Maxi, but we hate it, right? But they know that it's a bad card. Fenrir, however... Even at 1, I don't like it, and here's why. It's a card that allows you to get a free engine, and it's just a better Pankratops. It's a little bit too powerful for my liking, and I would like to see it banned, mostly because it is that powerful, right? Pankratops does exist, and kind of fills the same void for going second. But Fenrir is so good that it can be played going first, and still generate you massive advantage. Even just searching out a card that could be normal summoned, like for example, being able to search out your Rise Heart is already really powerful. But on top of that, it is also useful in like every archetype, because Fenrir is connected to everything, which makes it a lot more powerful, right? You can use it in Scareclaw, you can use it in Kashtira, you can use it in Tearlament, you can use it in just about everything, especially if it's at 2. Shingra Era should be limited? No. What? That card doesn't... That wouldn't do anything. That wouldn't do anything. Fenrir is the best Vanquish Soul card? Absolutely. Yeah, Fenrir is absurdly stupid. A Rise Heart limited? Sure. What does that accomplish? What... Is Kashtira a problem for you guys? Kashtira is not an issue. Fenrir is an issue. Fenrir is a card that can be used in other archetypes, which is where it mostly becomes a problem. Fenrir in Kashtira is whatever. Kashtira is not an issue. It's kind of good, but it's pretty bricky. Cash is annoying. That's fair. It's not a good deck, though. So why would we limit it? Konami doesn't hate that deck. I just want a Rise Heart to go to 1. I don't care if he exists in Master Duel. Being allowed to have 3 cosmically makes me mad. What? But I hate multiple Rise Hearts? Okay. That's awesome. Those are just cool. Yeah. Yeah, no. Those are bad takes. The problem has never been a Rise Heart. Here's the thing. I know that people don't like a Rise Heart because they're like, you can summon a Macrocosmos. That's really frustrating. That's not the issue. Most of the time, right? Because, like, Dimension Shifter exists, and you can just Dimension Shifter your opponent. You can play Macrocosmos, you can play Dimension Shifter, even. Or not Dimension Shifter, Dimensional Fissure, right? It's like, there are other ways of banishing cards, like, a Rise Heart is not the issue for that. And yes, technically, you could, like, you know, limit it to one, and it would do stuff. But Kashtira is not an issue, right? Like, especially if you get rid of Fenris, which is an issue in other decks. Like, I don't know. I love a Rise Heart. I normal Raisin and he dies. Fair enough. Just banning Birth could be great. Both a Rise Hearts to 1. Probably a Rise Hearts to 1 would be great. But he's a UR and I'm mentally convinced myself it won't be banned. First of all, a Rise Hearts to 1 doesn't do anything. Second of all, Kashtira is not an issue. I know it's an issue for other people. Realistically, it's not an issue. It comes up occasionally. It's pretty inconsistent. And yes, if it does its combo, it is annoying. The problem is that combo dies to just about everything. And you can beat it very easily. You can even beat the Rise Heart pretty easily because it doesn't have things like Diablosis to banish all of your options, right? And yeah, it's kind of annoying in a best of one, but honestly, the biggest asset that Kashtira had was the ability to side deck additional stuff and be able to play those games 2 and 3 to counteract its horrible consistency, right? Birth is more problematic than a Rise Heart, I can admit. That is true. Yeah, Birth is very much more a problem. However, even more so than any of that is Fenrir. I will just... And it's not because of Kashtira, it's because of everything else, right? Again, Kashtira is not an issue. Never really dealt with D-Shifter until Vanquish Soul. It was a nightmare with that deck in specific, even as it has called by. This also have the Ash Maxi. Okay. Do I think they will ever hit Makonko? Eventually, yeah. I don't think they're gonna do it anytime soon in Master Duel, but maybe post the new Infernoble stuff and Infernoble Makonko being better. Maybe. Because, like, Infernoble Makonko is particularly good in a best of one scenario, because you basically don't have to play those games 2 and 3 with the side deck where people can, like, side in Droll for your going first deck, or like force you to go first or something like that. Anyway, Kashtira doesn't deserve any hits. I can understand the annoyance of a Rise Heart. I don't care. Don't care. A Rise Heart to 3. Keep it at 3. Honestly, basically everything here is fine. Except for Fenris. Fenris is dumb. Watch them both be URs, Ken again. Absolutely. Absolutely, Ken and Gen are going to be URs. You think that they're not? Actually, one of them is going to be a UR, one of them is going to be an SR. Will Astrograph get banned once the new Zark support comes out? No. Oh, PogChamp. There's a new metagame report for the OCG. Here's why I say no. In the OCG right now, Magician is the 4th best deck, as we can see here. Right? And the thing is, it's good, but it's not dominating, right? It's not even, like, that impressive. It's just good. So I would be more surprised if they actually limited it in any regard. But also, hell yeah. Rescue Ace and Fire King? Fire, baby. Unicorn to 2 and Fenrir to 1? Sure, why not? We dino Morbing. Kenny Swordsel. Wow. Rickus on Avalon. No shot. Oh, Ubel. Wild. True Dragon. The weather. Dude, no shot we're playing the weather. Who allowed that to happen? How did that top? Let me actually scroll down real quick. Oh, do we not have one on Magician? We don't. Cringe. Okay, well. We know Rescue Ace. We know Fire King. We know Labyrinth. Though I will say I am excited for the new Labyrinth card. Or cards, I guess. There's like a whole bunch of them. Selling Force making rounds. Yeah, there was a few of them. Right? Am I going crazy? There it is. Silent Force. I actually don't know what this deck does. Master Duel Meta. What am I looking up? Silent Force. I can't stand weather painters. Sorry. How strong will Chimera be when it comes to Master Duel? Because Branded Fusion is at 1, significantly weaker. That was one of the reasons to play Chimera, was because of how good it was. Oh, it's this deck. Oh, this deck is based. Oh, I'm excited. That's cool. I remember reading those cards. Cool. But yeah, with Branded Fusion at 1, Chimera gets significantly neutered. Oh, pass on a shooting negate. No interaction any day. True. Hold on, chat. Hold the phone, chat. Chat, hold the phone! No shot Block Dragon's not banned, right? No. It's gotta be banned, right? They banned it recently, right? What? Is that at 2? Am I missing? No. They still have it at 2? They have it at 3. No, that's not real. No shot. I must be going crazy, right? I must be going crazy, right? There's no way they still have access to 3 blocky boys. Right? I missed it 3 times. Where? I know for a fact. He's at 1? He's like, I'm pretty sure. There he is. Oh my gosh. Okay. Control off. Oh yeah, I could have done that. There he is. I was like, I know for a fact he's at. I thought he was banned. I thought he was banned. I thought he was banned. Chat, I thought he was banned. He's not. He's still running around. Still doing stuff. Why? 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 I don't miss him in Master Duel, I'm not gonna lie. That card was a blight. As you can see here. I cannot... Oh, Block Dragon. Oh, Block Dragon. We're so close to greatness. 5 Dragon Link. Do you want to know why? I think we just... I mean, we just looked at the ban list, but... YGOPRDEAK.com. Oh, wait, it's right here. Do you want to know why? Baldrake, 1. Magnuma, 1. Jerusalem, 1. Lubellion, 1. And Maxi, at 3, baby. That's right, baby. It's at 3. Also, Gamma's at 1, which does matter. There's something else. I mean, Agripane's banned, LP's banned. I think that's mostly it, but yeah. Cool. Well, okay, I do actually want to watch this video. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta know. Can you show me? Why should we unban Pot of Greed? Let's find out, chat. Never because of anime lore. Yep, that's exactly why.
How do I start a YouTube video again? I struggled a lot when figuring out how to write this intro, and it's not just because this is my first video essay. Today's topic is quite the daunting task, and I'll be spending a lot of time systematically breaking down arguments that have persisted
for— Are there any other cards from the remaining Cyberstorm access good in Master Duel? I don't think so. Recent one, don't.
Quite a long while in both the casual and competitive space of this game. I know going into this video, down arguments that have persisted for quite a long while in both the casual and competitive.
Cashier, Sprite, Labyrinth. Base! Pearly in tier 2 is Cope. No shot we ever put Pearly in the same tier as Vanquish Soul. Who the fuck made this list? No! Who made this? They're not allowed. They're not allowed to make a tier list. Why is Rika in 2? Why is Sword Soul in 2 with Pearly? What's happening? I'm having a stroke. Move on.
Space of this game.
Super! Oh, hold on.
I know going into this video, the stance arguments that have persisted for quite a long while in both the casual and competitive space of this game.
Go back. Super heavy in 3. When was this? What do you mean? What is this tier list? When was this? Sprite, Cashier, Labyrinth, reasonable, could be a tier 1. The fact that Pearly's not up there is a crime, but okay. Vanquish Soul in tier 2, that is pure Cope. This is like right after Vanquish Soul, guaranteed. Dragon Link in tier 2, sure, that seems fitting. Branded in tier 2, that's Cope. Branded's not that good. Mathmech in tier 2 is also Cope. When was this? Branded is always in the middle, absolutely. If this was when Super Heavy Samurai had their Link 1, this is a terrible list. If this was post the ban list with the Link 1 being banned, this is a terrible list. Super Heavy Samurai was never tier 3. It was, they had their Link 1 and the new support, tier 1. They lost their Link 1, Rogue. Worse. Significantly worse, not even considered. Was this during the Limited Rise Heart TCG list? Maybe? Maybe? Why is Rickus on Avalon here, then? Why, Geo Pro made that list? No shot they did. I refuse to believe that they made this list. Flu is there? Yes, I'm well aware. You can't see it, but Punk and Gold Pride are also here, along with Tearlament in tier 3, which is wild. This is, what is this? What is this? This is, what is this called? Dark World. Dark World, Exosister, and another one. I can't, more like Yu-Gi-Oh! Rookie. If so, VS should be right at the bottom of tier 2. Drawing is 100% necessary. I'm going to tell you right now, there is no world ever where Vanquish Soul in the TCG was more than, like, tier 3. Vanquish Soul has never been good in the TCG. It's been decent, but it's never gotten nearly as close to a top tier status as it was in the OCG. we haven't even talked about Sky Striker, Zeno Dino, Trap Trick, Punk and Gold Pride aren't here. What the? Why? First of all, these are the same deck. You cannot convince me otherwise. But this image tilted me. This is about Pot of Greed.
I know going into this video that the stance I hold is not a popular opinion among players of both the old and modern game alike.
Absolutely, because it's wrong.
And I know that other content creators are going to see this video and give their 2 cents.
Hold on. Let's go into this with an open mind. They might have actual points. They might have actual
frankly. It's free exposure for my channel, and it gets people thinking critically again about this discussion. And before anyone asks in the comments,
you know I'm not going to think critically. I am a YouTube content creator. I don't think critically. This is a common misconception. I don't have a critical thought in my body.
No, this isn't some sort of joke, and I'm not trying to be a needless contrarian. It's a legitimate view that I hold given the state of Yu-Gi-Oh's meta in 2023.
Yes, I know Diablosis is banned now. This game's power ceiling is still nuts.
And I think the arguments I have prepared are pretty solid. One thing I will admit to, though, is that I've only been playing this game since 2021, and while I've grown a lot as both a player and a deck builder in that time, I recognize that I probably haven't considered every single angle of this discussion. All I ask is that you keep an open mind, and I would love to hear feedback from everyone else in the community. So with all of that out of the way, here is why Pot of Greed should be moved to 1.
Absolutely true. Y'all move! I will say, I do like this animation. It's very fun. It's time to no problem, just hold on. I saw the Magic the Gathering. We cannot compare Yu-Gi-Oh to Magic the Gathering. That's not allowed. Only I'm allowed. Or MVC, that fucking game. Magic! Not allowed! Grass to 3. Graceful Charity to 3. Tier Limit best deck. Let's go!
Before we get into the arguments for and against Pot of Greed coming back to 1, it's important to give the proper historical context.
I think it was just that intro, I'm sorry.
Those who have been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For many more years than I know already that the game today looks vastly different than it was even 5 years ago, let alone back when Pot of Greed was banned in 2005. No! Before the GX era, there were next to no archetypes. Most competitive players were playing some form of a pile deck that ran many of the...
This is what people want to go back to! No archetypes! Magic the Gathering! Whoop! Yeah! Let's go! The vid should go down a smidge. Got it. There you go.
Same powerful staples, and regardless of if your deck was competitive or not, a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2005 actually made it past turn 4 if you weren't playing an FTK deck. The point I'm trying to get
You want to play more than 4 turns of Yu-Gi-Oh? That's cringe.
to is that you had a lot of opportunities to use the cards in your deck during a game of old school Yu-Gi-Oh! And you were never really in a position in 2005 where you couldn't just play the game. You might have been at a disadvantage due to something like Delinquent Duo, but there was always an incentive back then to stick it out because you had quite a few opportunities to potentially top deck something useful and regain whatever advantage you had lost. Your next draw phase could have given you a massive blowout card like Lightning Vortex or Heavy Storm, a free graveyard summon like...
What the hell? Why did we say Lightning Vortex? Dark Hole exists! Bro, what do you mean? Sorry, that's all. The MBT screaming clip.
Premature Imperial or Call of the Haunted, a strong stall card like Swords of Revealing Light, a powerful boss monster like BLS Envoy of the Beginning, or a powerful draw card like Graceful Charity, or the subject of today's video, Pot of Greed. Simply put, a free +1 like Pot of Greed was way too good to turn up for any deck at the time, and everyone ran it in their deck if they could get their hands on a copy.
Go format starter deck pack. That's the whole fucking deck! What are you talking about? Charity to 3. Charity to 3! Tier limit best to deck! I'm okay with that.
Plus, with cards like Dark Magician of Chaos and
Pot of
Magician of
Greed
Faith,
should be
you could
unbanned.
resolve Pot of Greed
Well, that's
multiple...
what we're discussing. And I'm gonna tell you, no. As of right now, I could tell you like a million reasons as to not unban it. Because here's the thing. Actually, I'm gonna tell you one reason, because you only need the one. It would be in every deck. Just like Max C, it would be in every single deck. There's no reason to not play it. There's no choice about whether or not drawing 2 cards is good. There's no choice on whether or not it should be played in your deck. There's almost no reason to not play Pot of Greed. Unless you're playing Super Heavy Samurai. No, even in Super Heavy Samurai, I'm sure there's a reason you could play fucking Pot of Greed. The point I'm trying to say is, it doesn't really make sense to not play it. So it would be in every list. Always.
times during a game by retrieving it from the graveyard. The closest example I can give for a deck like this in the modern game is something like Sky Strikers. For the uninitiated, a Sky Strikers player wants to be able to resolve their one copy
Oh no. We're starting off with Sky Striker. It's going good. Also, the hell is happening?
of the gauge as many... Wait, what? They put Engage to 2 in unlimited multi-roll? And what do you mean Colossus is still big? Ideally, a Sky Strikers player wants to be able to resolve...
Absolutely true. A based take, I will agree. This guy plays super... No shot this guy plays Sky Striker. Sky Striker player. Opinion is now invalid. I think I genuinely do not believe that he is a Sky Striker player, and the reason for that is because of that comment previously.
For the uninitiated, a Sky Strikers player wants to be able to resolve their one copy of the gauge as many... Wait, what? They put Engage to 2 in unlimited multi-roll? And what do you mean Colossus is still big? Ideally, a Sky Strikers player...
There's no reason. There's no reason at all. Engage should be at 2. Especially with Colossus, man. Colossus should absolutely stay banned. I agree. Don't like that card. But, let's be honest. Let's be honest. If they have Engage at 2... This is clear favoritism, as we saw in the meme review. Yeah, Konami just likes Sky Striker, just more so than like anyone else or any other deck. It's really frustrating. And more importantly than even that is the fact that very clearly there are 2 archetypes that could receive some awesome support that people would love, and they just don't give it any fucking support. And it's Thunder Dragons, a deck both loved in the OCG. Loved in the OCG, the TCG, and in fucking Duel Links. And it gets nothing. And 2, Orchest. Now, Orchest, maybe not as many people like that one, but Orchest is based, and you can take my word on that. Trust. Thunder Dragon won't sell
wants to be able to resolve...
That's fairly true. However, Orchest absolutely would.
Engage as many times during a game as they reasonably can. The reason for this is because it isn't once per turn, it thins the deck, and it grabs in archetype resources from their deck that they'll need later on for multi-roll. Pot of Greed was similar to that, but the difference is that back in 2005, every deck was running Pot of Greed. Because keep in mind, old school Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, back in 2018, every deck was running Engage. 'Cause it was Pot of Greed! What do you mean? Sorry.
It's stupidly slow compared to today. Repeatedly activating Pot of Greed during a single game in 2005 was like pulling off a special summon combo uninterrupted by hand traps or other disruption. It just generates a massive amount of pop.
Why do we go with Adagnister? Yeah, it's whatever. The more anime-ish, the more money they get. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said Orchest. Do you not know Orchest? Let me tell you, Orchest is very anime. Orchest is like the epitome of anime. Why was Colossus banned? Because it's a 1-card floodgate. Like, legitimately, it's a 1-card floodgate. Vendred manga? Vendred would be a cool manga. Does Orchest have Teen Booba? Yeah. No, she's flat. Sorry. No. Sorry. Why do you think Droll wins games? True.
For the player that manages to pull it off, regardless of whether or not what they drew was enough for them to secure.
I just noticed there's a shit ton of text on my screen. Notice that despite going second, the turn 2 player opened both Pot of Greed and Thunder Dragon, managing to thin his deck before drawing 2 cards. They end the turn with a +2 card advantage and increase their chances during their draw 2 to potentially say something useful. Simply put, that the power of Pot of Greed in 2005 can't be understated. Yes, okay, sure, whatever. Sky Striker over Orchest in terms of anime value. I literally just said Orchest does have anime boob. What more do you want? You can instead sell to the women by having 2 hot anime husbandos
in the game. And while even more busted draw cards existed back then, like Graceful Charity, you would have to keep in mind there wasn't a lot of monsters in the game back then with graveyard effects.
This really is just a loud video.
So Pot of Greed was just better all around since there was no real cost. Knowing the context now, it probably isn't very surprising that Pot of Greed eventually got itself banned. It was just such an oppressive card back then, given that it allowed one player to generate a ton of advantage out of nowhere for free. and the only way the other player could stop it back then was if they either activated a Solemn Judgment and burned away half their life points, which might...
It's also worth noting that cards like Jinzo, which was a relatively common one freebie beater in GOAT, also made cards like Judgment completely offline while it was face up on the board.
Mind you, is a ridiculously heavy cost in GOAT, or if they had Imperial Order face up on board. So in other words, if you played Pot of Greed turn 1, there was nothing your opponent could do, and it was even more annoying if they also managed to resolve a card like Delinquent Duo. So with all that said, how can a card this...
Can we talk about Delinquent Duo real quick, chat? I know this is off topic. This is off topic. Delinquent Duo, not a good card. I'm gonna say it. Delinquent Duo. Well, I should say, Delinquent Duo could come back. It's not even close to one of the top cards in the game, and it could probably come back to 1. Genuinely. Should it? No. But in terms of balance, if we're arguing for balance, it absolutely could. Similar to Pot of Greed. Should it? No. Because, again, it would just be included in every single deck and it'd be boring. But, in terms of balance, would it change anything? No, it wouldn't change jack shit. Hand-ripping success. Absolutely. It's absolutely more toxic. Absolutely. But I've heard a lot of people argue that it's a top 5 card. It's not. It's not even close. It's like maybe top 10? Maybe. No, it's not. It's not. I'm lying to you. I'm blatantly lying to you. It's not even close to top 10. It's in like top 50 maybe. And here's the thing. There are 2 cards that just do better. There are 2 cards that do Delinquent Duo's job better. Yes, Delinquent Duo can rip 2 cards out of the opponent's hand, which is impactful. However, it notably discards for cost, or sorry, not for cost, for effect, which does matter, which means it would trigger things like tier limit effects, as well as Dark World. Not really that important, but the important part is the fact that you do not get to see your opponent's hand, and they get to discard one of the cards. So, basically, you're only really making them get rid of one of their good cards, and the other card probably doesn't matter, but you don't get hand knowledge, meaning if you activate it going first, you have no idea what they could potentially have. Like, for example, they could have an evenly matched, and you end up playing right into it, etc., right? You don't get to know. But Forceful Sentry and the other one, Confiscation, allow you to look at the opponent's hand and go, that one, and pick the exact card that the opponent doesn't want you to pick, which is far better. And then on top of that, you're gonna go, cool, I know everything in your hand, suffer, you can't do anything because I can literally plan around it. It's great. Ban Maxi, limit greed. Imagine Delinquent Duoing and it discards a tier and then they discard an Ishizu as well. I would cry. But also that'd probably be me. Retroactively, not top 10. Yes. Some insane cards get printed like a Laval Chain and Norden. Oh, Norden's insane. A Pointer? A Pointer's not as good because it's a trap card.
Infamous come off the Forbidden List. It seems like a clear-cut case. Well, once again, we need to understand the proper context, this time relating to the modern game. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is complicated.
No shit, Sherlock.
This card is very, very good. Oh my god, we did.
Hold on.
This card is
SP Little Knight! Ah! The bane of the OCG and the TCG! Run!
very, very good. Oh my god, we did it! Scream! Celiac!
The main deck is being decreased to 15 cards. Now, I don't want to pick you 15 cards like your defense spot to you.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, we are. Who the fuck is that? We are so very back. 1,000 years of
$110,
Its core,
yeah!
Yu-Gi-Oh! in 2023 is a very unique experience compared to other card games. It has a lot of problems that make...
Absolutely. This is one of the reasons why I absolutely think that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is moving in the right direction, because it's cool. It's just a fucking fighting game as a card game, and I love it, and it's great.
Getting into the game difficult for new players, but I wouldn't call the
Soul
format
Charge
bad.
is an all-time
I quite enjoyed it,
favorite
actually.
choice.
Both players are often interacting on each
The
other's
fact that I
turns
didn't
using
put
hand
that on my
traps like
top
Ash,
5 list is a crime.
Blossom, or Infinite.
But let me tell you a little secret about my top 5 short for top 5 best cards of all time. That was absolutely a fucking lie. Because let me be honest, if it was top 5 actual best cards of all time, they'd all be spells, and that's super boring. Well, it'd be 4 spells and Imperial Order, but I didn't want to do that because that's really boring. It'd be like Last Will and Soul Charge and stuff like that. That's boring. So I put like Halka on there because I was like, yeah. There you go.
Permanents.
Pot of
In the
Greed
end
to
boards
1
can
is
be
not a
often downright
terrible
delinquent,
idea, to be honest.
compared
Pot
to
of
something like...
Prosperity is infinitely better. That is some of the worst takes, and I'm not surprised.
GOAT. Many fans of the modern game often find this style of play to be pretty fast-paced and exhilarating.
To be fair, Pot of Prosby is good, but not infinitely better. It's just, you could argue it's better. I wouldn't say that it's better, but you could make that argument.
Often described as
I
the
think
fighting
it
game
can
of
be better in
TCGs,
specific
Yu-Gi-Oh! In
decks.
2023 is an incredibly swingy experience that often lasts 2 to 4 turns on average. However, there are a lot of different elements in the modern game that are annoying for some and deal breakers for others, and it's easily one of the biggest turnoffs keeping people from playing modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Aside from card prices. I don't hate all the staple cards in this format. Forbidden Droplet and Pot of Prosperity are remarkably well designed.
Activating 6 cards in your deck is insane for your consistency. Some decks would rather have 2 cards, like for example Labyrinth would rather have those 2 cards than having one specific card. Yes, again, most decks prefer to get that one specific card, but not every deck. And while yes, Prosby is good, you still have to banish cards. It prevents you from OTKing. It prevents you from like drawing additional cards. So there are downsides to Prosby that do matter in specific decks. But even with that being said, Prosby should also be banned because fuck that card. Just because one card is good and unlimited doesn't mean another card should come off of the list. Just hit the other card. Yeah. I don't like this card either. Get rid of it. I don't like it. No one likes it. Get it out of here.
By how strong they are. But by comparison,
Prosperity
cards like Gozen
outgoing,
Match could be
exactly.
banned or limited, and no one would complain because the strategies that they promote just aren't very interesting, and they hinder
Too much text! Alright, we're reading it all, chat. Sorry, what the fuck are we even talking about? I've been reading chat. I shouldn't be reading chat.
and it's easily one of the biggest turnoffs keeping people from playing modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Aside from card prices. I don't hate all the staple cards in this format. Forbidden Droplet and Pot of Prosperity are remarkably well designed despite how strong they are.
I'm sorry, hold on. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I don't hate all the staple cards in this format. Forbidden Droplet and Pot of Prosperity are remarkably well designed despite how strong they are.
Oh no. Droplet is well designed. Droplet is a phenomenal card. Absolutely, Droplet is based. Who the fuck says Prosby is well designed? No shot. No shot. Yes. Droplet good. Yes. Prosby, not in the slightest. No. Prosby is horribly designed for a modern game of Yu-Gi-Oh! When any one card can get you full combo, can break a board, can do whatever the fuck you want, and you basically get to scry 6. The downsides are almost non-existent because having space in extra, which all the best decks have mostly. That's not true. And again, yes, technically, well, okay, here's the thing with Prosby. Are the best decks good because they can play Prosby, or are the best decks good because they're good? A little bit of both. But Prosperity allows for decks to basically get rid of cards that they would normally not need in that situation. Like, for example, like a flex spot or something like that would like deal with a board and what have you. To, you know, yada yada. But sometimes, if you're playing, like, for example, Tier Element, yeah, you may need that, all 6 of those cards. You still probably can play Prosby, but the thing is, like, yeah, you don't really need to. Prosperity gives those decks way better consistency. Yes, I know. They could grab hand traps appropriate. Yes. That's exactly the point. That's exactly the problem. And yes, Prosperity is good, but it still has fucking restrictions. Unlike Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed is strictly a draw 2. That's all it is. You just get an additional card. Great, fantastic. If your deck just needs 2 cards, like for example, Sprite, Labyrinth, Tier Limit, etc., Pot of Greed breaks your deck. It makes it so much better. Whereas Prosby doesn't. Also, Prosby allows you to not draw anymore. It prevents you from drawing any cards, right? Which is important. That's the part that matters. Not the Banish 6. The Banish 6 doesn't fucking matter. What matters is preventing you from drawing cards for the entire turn. Meaning, you can't activate a Dark Lord Ixchel. You can't activate an Allure of Darkness. You can't activate Trade-In. You can't activate a Danger. You can't activate any of those cards. Right? You can't, no draw. Not allowed. Okay? Prosby does have restrictions. Pot of Greed fucking doesn't. Pot of Greed has no restrictions, right? So with that being said, they're both fucking ban-worthy and they both should be banned. Thank you. They semi-desires. True, yeah, desires should also probably be limited. Desires is so good. And you banish 10 of your own cards. Couple of Aces, a 50-50 Pot of Greed. Hey, if you're subbed to Luke Von Karma, it's 100% Pot of Greed. But it's also funny, so that can stay. Imagine Pot of Greed into Desires. I'd rather not. That sounds horrible. Who cares about half damage and drawing most decks don't care about? I don't think you... Oh. Yes, again, the restrictions aren't much, but there are still restrictions. It's also a hard once per turn. It's also requiring you to banish resources that you could potentially use in the future. It also only searches one card instead of grabbing two. It also, like, it does matter. It does matter. It's not a lot, but it does matter. Pot of Greed doesn't have any of that. It doesn't have any of that text to make it balanced. Right? And saying Pot of Prosperity is balanced is a joke, but you get my idea. You get the point. Pot of Greed to 1 wouldn't break the game. It's just a good card. I want you... Okay, think about it like this, okay? Do you want to see Pot of Greed in every single deck? Do you want to see a card in every single deck? Just like Max C, you would see Pot of Greed in every single deck. Sure. Okay, cool, great. Why? Why? Please explain to me why you would want that. Rather than that than Max C. That's not what I said. Do you like seeing Maxi in every deck? Do you enjoy that? Do you enjoy seeing Maxi in every single deck? Would you enjoy seeing Pot of Greed in every single deck and someone top decking it and absolutely destroying you because they happen to draw 2 off of Pot of Greed? Or dropping it after doing full combo and now drawing 2 additional interactions? No, because it's not fun. It's just another sack card that's not really fun to play against. Or fun, I guess it's fun to play, but like it's not really fun to play against. There's no strategy there. There's no anything there. You just free plus 1. Great, fantastic. Now I win the game. Great. Awesome. Would it change the game? No. Would it really change the best decks? No. Does that matter? No. Because the card's not fun. Realistically, is Mystic Mine ban-worthy? In terms of balance, no. But is it terrible to play against? Absolutely. Absolutely. The ban list is here? Ain't no way. Is it actually a good ban list? Did I get things right, chat? Let's find out. Moving on from the reaction to a different reaction. Oh, I fucking called it, chat. Ooh, chat, I called it. Ooh. That's right, baby. That's right. I fucking called Diameter. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I said, Diameter's more likely to get limited because it's not a UR. I knew Fountain was going to get limited. Should it have been? Absolutely not. Oh, I hate this. Okay. Cards to be limited. Fountain, Diameter. Sure. Oh. Okay. Fountain Diameter limited. Cool. PogChamp. I don't like Fountain going to 1. I understand why it is at 1, but realistically, Fountain is very clearly not the problem. So, sure, whatever. Mathmech Diameter going to 1 also doesn't solve the issue with any of the cyber stuff. And Signet Mining also going to 2 doesn't do anything. These are cosmetic hits more so than anything. Diameter going... Most Mathmech players were playing 2 of this at most anyway, so limiting it to 1 kind of doesn't change much. Signet to 2 kind of doesn't matter. Tempest. Tempest is back, cool. This does nothing to the top decks, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't. Pot of Desires to 2, cool. Quick Launch to 2, cool. Chaos Space to 2, sure. Pearly to 2, as well as Pearly Delicious Memory. I absolutely called this. I said they were going to hit this card. Granted, I said they were going to hit a lot of cards. But I had a feeling in my mind. I was like, they're going to hit one of the Pearlies. And they did. They hit Pearly. So, that makes sense. I actually do like this hit, because it also kind of hits the Ghost Trick version of the deck as well. Hella semis. Yep, I hate it. Pearly Delicious Memory to 2. I don't know why this one's not just limited, but sure. And then Stovey Torby. Sure. I would have preferred Chandelier if we were going to hit Labyrinth, but honestly, not really. There's no change. However, the most based of changes. Trident, not based. But, come on, Sparrow! Let's go! They're back! They're back! They're back, they're back, they're back, back, they're back, they're back, they're back. Let's fucking go! This does nothing. It kind of hits Runic Stun. And I genuinely mean kind of. Basically now if you deal with the Runic Fountain once, it's done, which is nice. So that's not really that big of a deal. Also, if they activate their Hugin, you know that you can discard, or you can Ash that, and it will cut them off of Fountain, which is nice. Mathematics Animated 1, I don't think changes like anything in terms of the cyber strategies. You can still play the Adagnisser stuff. You can still play the Codebreaker stuff. Hell, you can even still play like Mathmech with 1 diameter. That's really not that big of a deal. Signet Mining is a joke and actually hits Salamangreat almost more than it does Mathmech. Mathmech still has Small World. So, not really that big of a deal. Now bring back Barrier Statue. No. Now we wait for Longmont to 3. I'm surprised Conquistador was on here. I feel like they just forgot about... I genuinely thought that they just forgot about Lyrilisk. So I was like, this is probably going to be Conquistador, right? But I guess they, okay. Pot of Desires. I like Pot of Desires. Pot of Desires should probably go to 1. Let's be honest. Circular still exists, though. Yep. Rip to Pearly consistency. Yeah, the Pearly consistency does matter. It won't matter too much, but it does matter. Does matter a little. It's still by far the best deck. But now they can't go... They now can't as often go for the Ghost Trick line, which I think is the biggest part. No, now Mathmech only has 11 one-card starters. Yep. Damage doesn't really do anything at all, the more I think about it. Yeah, this is a cosmetic hit. This doesn't do anything. The only reason it's limited is because it's Mathmech in name, and it's a rare. And it's not new. That too. That is entirely cosmetic. If it was a... Yeah, they're not going to hit like Sigma or anything like that, because those aren't really going to change anything. Unless they were to ban Sigma. Like the Sigmas. That they could have been. Poor Mathmech. They only have to make their color. Yeah, this is such a bad hit. Cyberse is still good with Mathmech Circular at 1. I would have liked to have seen Circular on here instead of Signet Mining, because Circular specifically hits Mathmech and not Salamangreat and Mathmech. So, but Signet Mining is on here because you can get it from the structure. That's right. This is on here because it's in a structure deck, and not because you can actually craft it. Yep. Cool. Everything else is like whatever. Quick Launch Chaos Space is kind of weird. I don't know why Dragon Link is on here. I mean, I kind of get it, but kind of weird hits. I didn't really expect Quick Launch. I expected more of like the Bestial stuff. And I expected Chaos Space. I also expected the Chaos Baby Dragons, like it is in the TCG, because I really didn't. I don't know. Just I feel like Konami really likes their quick plays, so. But I do like Quick Launch going to 2. I think that card is absolutely absurd. Kotalkers just took a big hit. Kotalkers took a big hit? What are you talking about? They still have 3 Mathmech Circular. Huh? Next ban, this Super Factorial ban? That would actually matter. Manadimian is coming. That'd be... that's nice. Cool. So in terms of update of the ban list, it doesn't really change anything in terms of top decks. I think everything just gets weaker. That's it. Except for Labyrinth. Labyrinth like got out fucking scot-free. Oh, two Stovitory. No! Whatever shall I do? Who's ever run Desires at 3? Me. Up the next ban list, they limited the Tidal Ruler, followed by the Earth Dragon Ruler. I actually don't. I'm surprised Tempest even got off. The problem with Tidal and Redox... Hold on, sorry. I'm eating a cookie. The problem with Tidal and Redox, simply put, is that their attributes are too powerful. And the actual effects of Tidal and Redox are a lot better as well. Type of cookie? It was a cookies and cream cookie. It was a cookie. Cookie. Blah, 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 blah. 3 Blaster, 2 Tempest. We live in a loony bin shaped universe? Absolutely. Fountain 1 is really silly. It bothers me a lot. I want to play Runic Naturia, not Naturia, Runic for hire. How dare you? Okay. So Tempest, for the longest time, has had the weakest effect. Because if it's banished, you can add a Wind Dragon monster from your deck to your hand. Which isn't that big of a deal, right? On top of that, the rest of its effects are kind of mid. You can discard this in a Wind monster to add a Dragon monster from your deck to your hand. That's pretty fine. Too bad you need to play a Wind monster, which is just terrible. And then on top of that, you banish 2. A special summon from hand, yada yada. You know the standard things, right? But the discard effect is like really mid. Because it requires a Wind. It's like a good effect, it's just, it requires a Wind, which is, yikes. Konami do love Tikaboo? Yep. Dragoonity buff? Yeah. Blasters, again, a fine card because of fire, right? On top of that, though, it's actually removal as well, which is, I think, fine in a best of one. Like, I don't think you could see this right now in the TCG, because it'd be too powerful. Having 3 Blaster on top of Rescue Ace is crazy. Tempest only saw play in Dragoonity? Yeah. Or in, like, Galaxy Tomahawk Turbo. I saw it in Galaxy Tomahawk Turbo. With, like, winds and stuff like that. But now Kashtira exists, so it's not really that big of a deal. Moving on, Tidal. Tidal, on the other hand, actually has some good effects. If this card is special summon, return to the hand, but discard. You can discard this card in a water monster to your grave to send a monster from your deck to your grave. Chat. I'm sure you can figure this out, chat. Name me a water monster. Name me 2 water monsters. Tidal with Mermails was fire? No, it was water. Damn it, that was so dumb. Umi Jellyfish, King of the Swamp, Goaty. Chat, come on, use the brain. I believe in you. I believe in you. Come on. What are water monsters? Fishborg, Marincess. Rhino Heart! Tearlament Rhino Heart! That's a water! Tidal can't exist. One of them has to remain banned. They can't both exist. It's too problematic. It's a free Foolish. And it's not a Foolish for a water. It's a Foolish for anything. But it's only Rhino. You can play other waters. You could also dump Tier Dash. That is true. But the thing is, it's a Foolish. Just generically a Foolish. Title can't exist. It's too powerful. Redox might be able to come back. I do not remember this one. Target a monster in the grid and special summon. This one might be able to come back because you're pitching it and an Earth to get the effect. You could argue it comes back then. This would probably be the next one to come back, but even with that being said, it's still really strong. Earth is just such a good attribute. Like, let's look at some Earths, shall we? Fenris is an Earth. Pancratops is an Earth. Caesar Valius. The Ishizus are Earth. You have, like, the Dryden's. Maxi is funny. It doesn't really do anything, but it is funny. There's a bunch of other, like, random things that are really powerful that are Earths. Like, Rescue Cat. Redox and Block Dragon. Well, Block Dragon's luckily banned, but the Naturias are Earths. The random Spiral card. Like, there's a lot of decks randomly have really good Earths. So Redox is a bit more sketchy. The other two, totally fine. The other two don't really have great effects, but Mathmech's still alive? Absolutely. Mathmech's basically got a visual hit. They didn't actually get any meaningful, impactful limitations. Transcotalker? Absolutely. But, I mean, you see my point, right? Like, Redox being able to reborn is crazy. Mathmech's got a speed bump, if that. They got a slap on the wrist, and it's all cosmetic. It's like when a teacher takes you out into the hall, but doesn't actually do anything. They're just like, I don't know. Just be quiet. You're like, okay. It looks way worse than it actually is. They got Diameter at 1, which does nothing. Yep. Redox is searchable in Vernisylph because he's technically normal summonable. How the fuck does Vernisylph work? Vernis. That is kind of weird. Vernisylphs are weird. Anyway. Mathmech players looking at the Banlist. Oh no! Anyway, last night, supposedly, they were talking about a new Dragon Ruler support card. We've already talked about it. It's an Xyz. It's a rank 7 Xyz for the... It's like a Blaster retrain. It's really bad. It's just really bad. Redox can reborn the Barrier Statue of Earth. Oh! I forgot about that. Though, to be fair, every single Barrier Statue... every single one of these guys should probably be banned. They don't provide anything in terms of gameplay. Speaking of other barriers that should be banned. Anyway, moving on. Let's go back to... Should we unban Pot of Greed? Prosby is not a fair card, by the way. Not well balanced. Forbidden Droplet, well balanced, cool. But my stun deck is too expensive. Very sidetracked.
By comparison, cards like Gozen Match could be banned or limited, and no one would complain because the strategies...
Who's complaining about a banning of Prosperity? Please let me know. It's the modern era. We evolved past barrier statues. Ban them? Absolutely. Verna can reborn statue just fine. I mean, yeah, but who cares? It's Vernisylph. They can do that. They're bad. Okay, sorry. Hold on. We got to read all of this text that is current. This is a 40-minute video, and that's a lot of text. Okay. 1. They produce very often boring binary game states. Absolutely. The card Mystic Mind, for example, once existed in the TCG as an out to going first special summon spams decks in order to give more back row heavy decks the means to play the game. However, its effects were way overtuned, and it was absurd in just about any deck that needed to break boards and stall for time, due to sheer power of its floodgate effect. The card brought games to a grind and didn't have counterplay aside from Cosmic Cyclone. Nowadays, decks that need a mine-like card opt for 5 Rainbow Magician, which has built-in counterplay. 2. They hinder skill expression. There's nothing skillful in setting up your board turn 1 only to drop Dimensional Barrier, Gozen, or EEV onto the turn 2 opponent once their turn starts. I have to kind of agree and kind of disagree with this. This is where skill expression becomes weird, and I don't like using it as a metric for how fun a game is, or whether or not a card should exist. Because technically, seeing Dimensional Barrier, Gozen, or EEV means that you built your deck in a way that facilitates you the ability to utilize said cards, which is a skill in and of itself, right? For example, maybe you're playing Triple Tactics Thrusts to get additional access to Dimensional Barrier and your opponent hand trapped you. Now you can get that Dimensional Barrier and set it. Or even Epidemic Virus, Eradicator Epidemic Virus, for example, in Labyrinth, one of the main lines is to get 2 EEV going first, which you then activate on the opponent's turn, which is something that you can absolutely do, whether going first or going second. And that does take a fair amount of skill. You could argue that it's not necessarily something that we should be actively, like, encouraging in terms of the skill that we want, but it technically is a skill, and it's technically something that is skill expression. It's not fun, but it's technically skill expression. So, yes and no. But I absolutely do get the idea. Cards like Curry Card, Dark Ruler No More, or Dimensional Shifter wouldn't even have to be legal at 3 if Konami took the onus to remove many cards that only serve to make turn 1 boards almost impossible to break. Yes. I agree. The fact that kaijus exist is more so a problem to going first decks than necessarily kaijus. Kaijus are a bit silly, and the fact that they exist and the fact that we have to play them or feel that they are necessary to play is a bit telling. You just draw Gozen with Pot if you're just better. There we go. Just draw Gozen. So there's a level of skilled play from either party. Wait, what? If non-engine didn't exist, that'd be true. However, turn 0 interaction exists. Yep. I only want Baron Band. I'm aware, however, that many of those in the community that find Floodgates, Towers, and other tools like IP Mask Arena to be perfectly healthy for the game. Our problem is less that those kind of cards exist, and more so the power ceiling of the game. Okay, fair. There are also counter arguments that could be made for these cards, that these cards regulate the meta enough to ensure that players only ever have to account for a handful of archetypes at the more high-profile tournaments, which rewards skillful play since there's less random elements to account for when building a deck for those high-stakes events. I absolutely agree. This is one of those things where this is why I personally also don't like very scattered metas and very like diverse metas. I know a lot of other people more towards the casual side of the game enjoy diverse metas, but the higher up you go, the more you tend to hear about like not liking diverse metas, and people like Jesse Cotton or Pack or what have you tend to enjoy more like tier 0 because it allows them to not necessarily deck build but outplay their opponent actually in game, which, hey, to each their own. You know, I enjoyed Tier Limit when it was tier 0 because it was hella fun to play. Do you think Pearly and Lab will get even more hits in the future? Pearly, yes. Lab, maybe? Anyway. In that case, Konami really should develop and frequently update an adjusted ban list for OTS tournaments. That's separate from the list used at regional WCQ events. We already use adjusted ban lists for events like Worlds to bridge the OCG and TCG. That wouldn't be much different, and it'd make OTS players happy. Would it, though? Here's the thing. I understand this, but this has been a big discussion within League of Legends for quite some time. Should you do a basically like a tournament setting. What are they called? Like adjustment, like champion adjustment and stuff like that for tournaments, as opposed to the regular game. Like, for example, there are several characters that in the standard ranked play that almost every other player plays in are just absolutely dog shit. They're just really bad. Things like Azir or Ryze or etc., etc., right? These characters that are very high skill intense, that just aren't really all that strong outside of like really top tier games. And then you have the pro players that use them and they're absolutely broken. The problem with this is that you watch the top players play these things and play this game, and then you go and play it yourself and it's a different game, right? So if you were to balance them that way, yes, they would be balanced for these two different things, but then the players at home wouldn't be playing the same game, right? Like that. So I get the idea, but it's like, no, because then you wouldn't be playing the same game as the other people. Like, then you'd have to be playing two different games, right? And it's like that, I don't know. Club players have turned down Master Duel events because the format is different. They'd rather train for their current format. Exactly. I feel like in the mindset of Joey in Yu-Gi-Oh! British when it says, wait, there are words on those things? So much to take in mind, yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh's always had a going first problem.
And they hinder skill expression. This is a subject that YouTuber MBT discussed in his video on the current state of the game, and I would recommend checking it out.
MBT reference.
Video, though, what you'll want to remember about
why does
modern
China have a
Yu-Gi-Oh!
weird meta? Because they only have certain cards released. It's a really weird situation because Konami they just barely started releasing cards into China with like simplified Chinese. So because of that, basically the Chinese population didn't really have access to any of the cards, and specifically in their language, and so they're like years behind. So it's similar in nature. It's more similar in nature to like Duel Links right now with the way that it functions in terms of like a ban list and stuff like that.
Of different factors that go into designing your main deck, beyond just slapping the top 10 best cards into every deck and crossing your fingers. There's a plethora of viable.
So why would we want to include Pot of Greed into just slapping the top 10 best cards into our deck? Huh?
Archetypes in this game that all have their own unique support. When you're building a deck in Yu-Gi-Oh!, you're 95% of the time going to build it around one or more archetypes. On top of that, at least about half of the cards in that deck are going to be cards
are basically pile decks like Exodia based, Dragon Link, or Eldritch Dawn.
From those given archetypes, if not more. Many archetypes have certain synergy with other archetypes or generic staples, and there's many different diverse strategies that each have reasons for running certain generic staples over others.
El should all hollow together.
Pause! Yu-Gi-Oh! China ban list. I think it's crazy, right? Yeah, here you go. Here are the cards that are currently, I think. Let me actually, hold on. Let me actually make sure. 2023? January 2023. There we go. Do we have a list of all of the limitations? Yeah, okay. So, here's the list. Pot of Greed, banned. They got it a little while ago, but it is banned. That's one of their only banned cards. There's 6 banned cards. Also, Vanity's Emptiness is banned, by the way. Very funny. There's 6 banned cards. One of them is fucking Pot of Greed. Aggro Pain. How the hell did we get Aggro Pain? Nightmare Mermaid, True King, Wandering Griffin Rider. Hilarious. Limited, Armageddon, Crystron, Halka Fibrax. Hilarious. Galatea, Girsu, Gazelle, Kakari, Speedward, Terrortop, True King of All Calamity. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. There's 2 True Kings. I would imagine it's probably banned, right? Did not exist. Pot of Greed didn't exist in October. And then they immediately fucking banned it. They said, no! Not allowed. It didn't exist. And now it's banned. Yeah, True King went from 1 to banned. Same with Wandering Griffin Rider went from unlimited to banned. Instant Fusion is now limited. Rhoda is limited. Red Reboot is limited. I'm surprised it's not just banned. Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine is semied. Orcust Harpcore went from 2 to 3. The following differences between the OCG list and the Japanese, the Chinese and the Japanese OCG list. So we have Crystron, which is banned in Japan but limited in China. We have Galatea, which is semied and limited. We have Mystic Mine, which is banned and limited. Metaverse, unlimited and limited. Kagari, semied and limited. Colossus, limited, semied. Thunder Dragon, semied and limited. Water Enchantress, semi-limited in China, but unlimited in the OCG-based. Crossout, which is semied in China for some reason. Widow Anchor is semied. And Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine is semied. There you go. Are there any other cards that I need to know of? Set Rotation is limited. Hornet Drones is limited. Terraforming is limited. Monster Reborn is limited. Harpy's Feather Duster is limited. Gold Sark is limited. Foolish Burial, Card Destruction, etc. Cool. Bunch of Sky Striker stuff. It's just toss format. It's just toss format over there. Pre-banned!
Example would be awful in Runic, since it doesn't push its strategy all that much. But it can be a really
All the
good piece of
Dragon
support in a
Rulers
deck
aren't
like Tier Limits.
I don't know if they have access to all of the Dragon Rulers.
In Runic, since it doesn't push its strategy all that much. But it can be a really good piece of support in a deck like Tier Limits, which wants to mill its own cards. All in all, the modern game is an unsolved format that constantly changes after each new set release, tournament result, and banlist update. But even on a casual level, the card pool size in 2023 completely dwarfs what was available in 2005.
True.
That being said, most competitive players tend to just gravitate towards dominant decks in the format, in order to reduce that level of uncertainty, since playing in person is such a financial commitment. The price of the secondary market is a whole other discussion, but what's important—
Toon! By the way. Oh, what is going on? What is happening? Disclaimer, I'm strictly talking about the competitive scene. Casual Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty cheap to play. That is true. Kind of. Not, fair.
to remember is that present-day Yu-Gi-Oh! Is
Teledad was
expensive to play at a
somewhere
tournament
in
level.
the 3K range for the whole deck. Crush Card Violence alone was 1,000, because it was a prize card. Extreme Value, it was a tier 0 format, so you played Teledad, or maybe you played the version that had zombies, or you didn't win. Fair enough. Teledad, woo!
While there isn't anything stopping
Mechanical
someone from
Chaser,
playing,
woo!
say, Gravekeeper Numeron Dragon OTK, there's also a lot of inherent risk in piloting those decks. If you're looking to win an event,
Sorry, what did...
Gravekeeper Numeron Dragon OTK, there's also a lot of inherent risk in piloting those decks. If you're looking to win an event, since it needs to have at least a decent matchup.
This is a toss format chart? What the hell?
Threat. If your deck loses to Macrocosmos and everyone in the room is playing, oh god, oh fuck, granted, that's the experience running as intended. There's always going to be a top deck that the format conforms
Dad
to,
was Little
and whether
Knight's
you're
dad.
piloting a meta deck.
True. What just happened?
Granted,
Yeah, sure, right.
that's the experience running as intended.
I love
There's always
matchup
gonna
charts way better than tier lists. I kind of agree, but the thing is, like, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Matchup charts would be wildly difficult to make. Also, that wasn't a matchup chart. That was specific hand traps that are good or not good against other cards. Or not hand traps, but just, like, cards. That were good or not good against certain decks.
be a top deck that the format conforms to, and whether you're piloting a meta deck or not having
Solomon
the
Group
decision-making and
controls
judgment calls you'll have to take when designing a deck list can be incredibly exciting in its own right. It's the reason why
Hey, yo! The better tuber!
the decision-making and
The
judgment calls you'll have
The Cali effect. Let's go! I love this guy's tier list, but he's always wrong. It's always so funny. No shot, we're fucking... Why is Judgment up here? What meta is this? Oh, it's Talents! No shot! Judgment! What do you mean, Judgment? Who the hell is playing this card? Why is Raigeki up here? My mans!
to take when designing a deck list can be incredibly exciting in its own right. It's the reason why I build my decks from scratch as opposed to net decking, even when playing casually. I just love the experimentation. There's so much legal cards in this game that it allows for countless different deck permutations, and finding two different
See, I feel the exact opposite. There are so many cards in this game, I have no idea what I should actually be putting into my deck, and it's so difficult to try and figure out. So I'm just like, I'll just make it up. It'll be fine. I'll just copy from someone. It'll be fine. Book of Lunar Eclipse jump scare. Infernoble pre-Angelica's Ring played Judgment. Alright. Those can be sided in. Yes, they can be sided in. But they're still not the best option.
Archetypes that you think wouldn't synergize together, and getting them to not only work seamlessly, but produce incredible...
Ayo!
And finding two different...
Hold on, what is my
archetypes that you
man's
think wouldn't
playing
synergize
against?
together.
He goes, Extrav, Morganite,
And
normal
getting them
summon
to
Jaugen. Ayo?
not only work
That's a
seamlessly, but
motherfucking
produce incredible
Jaugen.
results, can feel like you're jacking into a matrix.
Wild.
However, this can also be incredibly frustrating for people
Why isn't
who want to play
Feather
their
Duster at
favorite
the top
pet
of the
deck as
list?
close to pure as possible, only to discover
Because
that
Feather
the
Duster
list
is bad.
just gets trampled on by a majority of other decks in the game.
Okay, that's not true. Because Feather Duster is only useful against very specific decks. Right. So, while it's something that realistically you probably should be putting into your side deck, it's not necessarily something that you need to, especially if your deck plays well against back row. And honestly, with Labyrinth being the only real back row deck, it doesn't really make sense to play to play Harpy's Feather Duster unless you're running into stun a bunch.
Even those that aren't even remotely rogue. So now that we have the full context, we can finally
I'm sorry.
other decks in the game.
There's
Even
so
those that aren't
many.
even remotely rogue. So now that we have the full
I draw 2 cards, set a monster, set 3, and end my turn. Man, that'll be hard to overcome. Heavy Storm, response. Heavy Storm, response. I used half of my extra deck in main deck this turn, ended on 2 negates, a single face down back row card, a boss monster with a floating Raigeki effect, and a monster that limits special summoning to once per turn. Man, that'll be hard to overcome. Dark Ruler, response. Yeah.
full context, we can finally address the arguments surrounding Pot of Greed.
Get blown out. Loser. All right,
For the
now
remainder
we're
of this
actually
video,
talking
I'll be
about
delving into the different greed. For the remainder of this video, I'll be delving into the different pros and cons for moving Pot of Greed to the limited list. After everything is covered, I'll provide my final thoughts on this topic. Given that the goal of this video is to promote discussion, I highly recommend leaving any additional arguments for or against Pot of Greed.
What if I just said no? I have my comment held.
Greed
No.
that I failed to find or come up with in the comments below, so that I can respond to them there. I'm not really looking to milk this discussion over the course of multiple videos. I want this to be
Why
a
are we playing
one and
Fire
done,
Emblem?
and for the rest of the Yu-Gi-Oh community to pick up where I left off, so I can go back to working on other stuff. We'll start with the elephant in the room. Pot of Greed makes every deck more consistent.
Alright, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, shall we? Pot of Greed makes every deck more consistent, okay? Keep that in mind. That means FTKs. That means turn 1 37-minute combo decks. That means stun. That means everything. Okay? Yes, your rogue deck does get boosted by Pot of Greed. Do you know what else does? Pearly. Do you know what else does? Kashtira. Oh no! Kashtira with actual consistency. That sounds like a problem.
Anyone with an IQ higher than room temperature can figure out that unbanning Pot of Greed would turn the card into an immediate staple for a lot of decks in the game. I'm not going to say every deck, because that's not true. We'll get into that later. But
Over-centralizing loopable, no negative effects. Only makes meta decks even stronger because draw 2 in meta decks is way better than draw 2 in rogue. It's 3 reasons off of the top of my head. Please don't put Pearly and Pot of Greed in the same sentence. Pearly and Pot of Greed.
the bottom line is that this becomes
hell
a
is
problem
happening? What
when
is
we
this?
account for the top tier decks in the format. Consider the following. Is it fair that
Context tier decks aren't a defense for or against keeping Pot of Greed banned. Huh? Okay, hold on.
the meta
Yes and no. Here's the thing. Yes, they're technically not a response because the meta will shift, and technically, yes, the meta will change, and eventually, it's not, like, Pot of Greed isn't going to change the meta realistically. But, imagine now, if you will, an inconsistent FTK getting access to Pot of Greed. Now it's become more consistent. The thing that made it not playable It's now playable. And now imagine, if you will, imagine Ash is kind of a necessary card to be used against, I don't know, like an Isolde or something along those lines, right? Now, you have to use it on Pot of Greed. Your opponent activates Pot of Greed, you Ash it, they normal summon Connector, you're fucked. Right? Cool. Second situation. Your opponent now activates Pot of Greed. You don't have Ash. They get a +2. Cool. That's fine. They go normal summon Connector. You go Imperm. They go cross out Designator. Oh no! Guess what they drew off of that Pot of Greed? That's right, cross out Designator. Now, you can't interact with them. Cool, great, fantastic. Ash Isolde pot and draw full combo anyway. No idea why they keep Isolde legal. Me neither. But, anyway. Draw 2 with no side effects sounds OP. Oh, it absolutely is. Third thing. When it comes to a meta deck, right? Those 2 draws are more likely to be 2 playable cards. Whether that's interactions, whether that is combo pieces, whether that's extension, whether that is disruption, whatever it may be, those 2 cards are going to be a lot stronger than if I were to draw 2 cards in Dark Lords. In Dark Lords, I'm likely to draw something like a Nastin and Morningstar. 2 cards that, by themselves, are going to do jack shit. Right? Maybe I draw Ixchel and another Dark Lord card, and now I can draw another 2 cards. Great, fantastic. And those 2 cards are not contacts, so therefore I lose. Cool, great, fantastic. Anyway, you get my point, right? And now, the fourth thing that I really want to emphasize here. +2 draws into Impermanent Nibiru. True. Sounds like a skill issue. Fair enough. The fourth thing that I really want to emphasize is, with Pot of Greed at 1, Ash Blossom becomes even more paramount than it already is. It's already a card that isn't great in a lot of situations. The only reason you would play it is if you were playing more hand traps, especially if we're talking about the TCG, which I would imagine this is what this is based on, is a TCG perspective, not necessarily like a Master Duel or an OCG. And with that being said, without already playing 3 copies of Ash because you need to out Maxi, now you're limiting deck construction by just having that 1 card exist. Even at 1, you are limiting 4 cards in everyone's deck that basically have to be played. Similar to how Maxi requires 3 Maxi, 3 Ash Blossom, and 2 Called By. That's 8 cards. That's a little bit too much. Now, granted, Pot of Greed is less, but it's still limiting in terms of what you would actually play. Because there's no world in which you cut Ash Blossom from your main deck. Reason being, Pot of Greed exists! You can't allow your opponent to Pot of Greed! Okay, moving on.
Meta deck should be allowed to run Pot of Greed and be able to draw 2 cards for free if they open it in their hand or manage to get it into their hand turn 1. Let's use Kashtira as an example.
Let's not. Not only is it a power creep for the game, but it creeps the deck building. Even in TCG, 3
For those unfamiliar with the current meta of
well, they're not saying 3 pot of
Kashtira
greed, they're
is an
saying 1 pot of greed.
Xyz deck that utilizes level 7 monsters to create a board state, which locks down the opponent's zones in the front and back rows. It has
That's not what it does, but sure.
2 main boss monsters that fuel their engine, Shangri-Ira and Arise Heart. What Shangri-Ira does is that each time a card is banished, it
Face down.
permanently locks a zone on the board, while
doesn't
any
matter.
copies of it are on the field. As for Arise Heart, it's basically a walking macrocosmos that acts like a power crept cyber dragon.
You can't,
Infinity.
I'm sorry, hold on. You can't say it's a walking macrocosmos and then show Darklaw. That's cheating. That's cheating. Come on. Come on. You said macrocosmos, just show macrocosmos. I mean, they're the same thing, but still, just show macrocosmos.
What it does is that it can attach 3 material once per turn, to banish
That's
any
all.
single
Diablosis is
card
the
on
boss
the field.
monster? Absolutely.
And it's able to attach a banished card to itself
playing Homestuck
from
music?
either
Of course.
banished zone once per chain if a card is banished during any given chain link. If you're familiar with any
my
other
gosh,
card
Vanguard
games,
jump
the
scare. What
closest
the fuck?
analog to Kashtira is probably a deck like Link Joker from Cardfight Vanguard. In that game, Link Joker essentially spends its entire game trying to constrict the other player so that they can't really do much of anything while they slowly poke them to death.
That's not Kashtira. That's stun.
Kashtira is kind of like that, but since it's Yu-Gi-Oh, it all happens in turn 1, basically. So it's more like a violent stranglehold. So again, I'll ask, would it be fair to give Kashtira a card that may let it potentially draw 2 for free during turn 1? Most of you
Yes!
at this point in the video are probably
King Joker
answering,
is one of the worst lands.
no, it could produce
Let's
way too much advantage, and the going second player wouldn't be able to do anything about it unless they open Ash. However, I think that without Pot of
He said unless they open Ash, and I swear to all that is holy. If he says just draw the out, basically, I'm going to scream. As I already did, sorry.
Meta decks already produce way too much advantage to begin with. Even if Pot of Prosperity were banned,
He went for the other argument. The decks already search half of their deck anyway. They already get enough advantage. What's 2 more?
What the fuck do you mean, what's 2 more?
My brother. What's 2 more is that means that if you interact with them, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. But now, if you do interact with them and there's no Pot of Greed, it does matter. Oh. That's why hand traps exist! It's fine. It's fine. I'm literally losing my mind. It's fine.
Kashtira would still be the best deck in the room. The reason
Do you know what's so funny? Master Duel proved this wrong. Master Duel
if Pot
literally
of
fucking proved
Prosperity
this
were
wrong.
banned in this format, Kashtira would still be the best deck in the room.
If Prosperity was banned, Kashtira would not be the best in the room. It'd be Pearly, which is funny. But it's also true. If Prosby was banned, Kashtira would suck ass. Prosby matters so much. Consistency matters so much. The existence of a counter or a separate issue is not grounds to permit a problem. Thank you. Yes, exactly.
The recent hit to a Rise Heart was a step in the right direction.
Even once Kashtira gets hit either before the release of this video or shortly after, this still holds true. With future decks, there's always going to be one or more top decks in the room that the meta conforms to. That is not true. That has never actually been... That has not always been the case. Yes, the meta does conform around some decks, sometimes, but as of right now in the TCG, that is not the case. As of right now in Master Duel, it's kind of centered around Pearly, but it wasn't that previously, prior to, well, no, I guess prior to Pearly it was Tier Limit, but you get the point. There are definitely metas where there isn't a meta conforming. It is fucking cards that conform and make the meta. For example, Crystron Halqifibrax, baby, let's go! So,
But Fenrir's still at 3. Great Soth is still at 3. Rise Heart is still at 3. And Unicorn being moved to 2 does basically nothing.
If the whole point of
Banning Pot of Greed.
is to stop these from showing up, then why not just cut out the middleman and
Limit board.
ban them outright?
yes, let's just ban every card. Instead of banning one, let's ban every card. In every good deck, let's just hit all the good cards in every good deck instead of just hitting the one Pot of Greed. Yes, genius. Where's my cameo? I don't know. Up my...
The bottom line is that
Hold on.
Limit
Go
board.
back. Hold on. That's a lot of text, and I'm gonna read it. Simply put, any deck that's busted with Pot of Greed would still be busted even if Pot of Greed was banned. Its inclusion would not change how we nerf tier 0/1 decks, and while it isn't going to make your rogue deck meta, it is a nice tool for any deck to have in their opening hand to help with going second, which is a constant problem in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It would also force Konami to be more strict with the ban list in future updates. Okay. Hard leg is trolling Kappa. This is Hulk logic again. No! What about going first? Thank you! Thank you, Tame, for saying it for me. Yeah, what about going first? Yes, it is a problem going second. However, there are cards that exist specifically for going second. And it's a best of 3. There's a reason Yu-Gi-Oh! Should be a best of 3 if we're talking about competition, if we're talking about the best decks. And that is because in a best of 3, you have the option to go first or to go second. You have that choice. In the second game, if you lose game 1, you have that option. And then you can side deck for going first or for going second. You can prepare your deck to more effectively fit whether you are going first or second, right? In a best of 1, that doesn't really matter as much because you just go on to the next game and you can't really beat that opponent. This is why we don't do competitive in best of 1, because it doesn't really fit. Now, if you give Pot of Greed to more of those players, they're more likely to see those going second cards. They're more likely to see those going first cards that basically cut off the solutions to the going first boards. For example, Anti-Spell Fragrance. All of a sudden, you give them Pot of Greed, they now Pot of Greed, they draw into one of those floodgates that automatically turns off the opponent's deck, and now, cool, nice Harpy's Feather Duster, I'm gonna set 5 and pass, activate Anti-Spell Fragrance, and now you can't do anything. Omega lol. Do you get my point? Anyway. The second thing, it would not force Konami to be more strict with their ban lists in future updates. All it would do is basically say, hey, Pot of Greed exists. We now have to hit a whole bunch of other consistency cards so that other decks can't be more consistent. Because consistency is king. Moving on.
Bottom line is that
Imagine triple attacking the Greed into Upstart. I'd rather not. I'm sorry, hold on. More words. Holy shit. Memes aside, this still doesn't negate my actual argument. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Okay. If anything, this argument about Pot of Greed is even more applicable to Unchained. Either they'll ban Lord or Shavara, or we'll see hits to Tour Guide and or Vice King Requiem. I'm sorry, what? Either they'll ban Lord or Shavara, or we'll see hits to Tour Guide and or King Vice Requiem. Again, Pot of Greed wouldn't change how we hit decks. At most, it would actually further promote Konami to make these hits sooner than later. No, it wouldn't. Because Pot of Greed is a one-of. You're not balancing the game around a one-of. It's a one-of. It just exists. Other decks happen. They just happen. You just play them. They're good, they're bad. Doesn't really matter. You just happen. Okay. Okay. Pot of Greed would make more decks consistent. All that this would do is means that Unchained now is more likely to see the Tour Guide combo. They're more likely to see Set 1 and Aruha. They're more likely to see these other things. Or they're more likely to be able to play through the hand traps that you do play, or the other interactions that you would play. Like, for example, if you're playing board breakers, cool, they're now able to see more of the board, or more of the cards that would be able to deal with those board breakers. That's all that it's doing. It's just giving them more options going first, as well as more options going second. It's not really changing much. Yes, in theory, it's not really changing much, but in practice, it just makes the game more sacky. You're playing around a one-of. That's not fun. If your opponent draws the Pot of Greed, they're just more skilled than you. That's not fun. But everyone has Pot of Greed, so why would it hit them more often? It wouldn't. This is cope. This is saying, oh, the best decks should be hit more, and if we unban Pot of Greed, that will happen. And it's not true. The best decks would be playing Pot of Greed, but so would everything else. So, like, maybe that's not the problem. Maybe we're not going to hit these top decks because Pot of Greed exists. Maybe we just hit... Maybe it should just be Pot of Greed. It's like drawing Hoppy's Feather Duster against a back row deck. Exactly. Or just drawing Pot of Greed.
The bottom line is that absolutely nothing would change as far as how Konami would balance archetypes if Pot of Greed were legal. And
Exactly. So what was this point? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm so lost.
unlike a card like Max C,
Oh gosh. Maxi is fun, by the way. The amount of turns it takes to win in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has decreased so much that getting a +1 off of Pot of Greed doesn't do anything but slightly improve a deck's turn 1 and 2 consistency. Yes, technically speaking, it helps consistency slightly. However, it also entirely allows a deck to be more consistent, which matters a ton. Konami balances the game around consistency. Except for in the OCG. I don't know what the fuck is going on over there. We're not going to talk about it, because it doesn't make any sense. But, if we were to unlimit Pot of Greed, if we were to put it to 1, every deck would run it. Every deck would be ever so slightly more consistent, both in going first and in going second. Which means your hand traps, your interactions, and your board breakers would matter ever so slightly less. And it would mean your games would be a lot more sacky. Meaning if your opponent drew Pot of Greed and you didn't, you are inherently, immediately at a disadvantage. Just from the get-go. Because you didn't draw the out. Which is not fun. That's the problem, similarly to Max C. Oh. Moving on.
which is unlimited in formats like the OCG and Master Duel.
Oh, sorry. You still draw a card to your opening hand to begin with. This is opposed to a card such as Max C, which is at 3 in the OCG, is a hand trap and forces your opponent to either end their turn, or let you draw however many cards are necessary to build a board. Max C only serves to help to keep your opponent from playing, whereas Pot of Greed is just a wild card, which is still good but not oppressive. Yes, Max C is more oppressive. It does warp the meta, yada yada. Pot of Greed doesn't warp the meta, except for if you look at deck building. If you look at deck building, Pot of Greed is oppressive, because now you have to build with Pot of Greed in mind. So technically it is oppressive. It's not as oppressive, but it's still oppressive, and if it was at 3, you'd probably have to play 3 of it, as well as 3 Ash Blossoms to deal with it. Hell, you might even have to play 3 Droll in your main deck to deal with Pot of Greed. Maybe you even play 3 Crossout so that going first, your opponent can't activate a Pot of Greed going second to draw out, to draw that out, right? It changes deck building. Even at 1, it changes deck building.
Pot of Greed at 1 copy wouldn't really come up anywhere near as
honestly,
frequently,
yeah, why not?
nor would it be anywhere near as strong as a card like Max C. And this leads to my second argument.
Okay. If Pot of Greed was at 3, it would be stronger than Max C, because it is a card that can be utilized going first and going second more efficiently, right? And in more situations. That's all. Just ban all of the meta themes so you can run Pot of Greed in every format.
This is a list of all the meta cards that I could come up with that this card can negate.
Jesus Christ!
So like Ash.
Just draw the out. 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 Just draw the out.
I think Rosin is going to be one of the best things that you can do. You could imprint Rosin, but like the odds with the open Caesar or Borgo are pretty high.
Many would argue that unbanning Pot of Greed would make Ash Blossom a mandatory staple. In my
I'm gonna see where this goes.
opinion, I don't think it would make Ash Blossom any more of a staple than it already is. And this section of the video should help to clear up a lot of misconceptions about Ash Blossom versus...
To be fair, Ash Blossom, since its inception, has been a pretty much staple card in every list. The problem is, it moves it from having to be played either in main or side to having to be played in the main, always. Similarly to Max C. Here's the thing. In a format where you would much rather prefer playing board breakers, like for example, I don't know, when Unchained became meta, you kind of don't really want to play Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom is not a great card. Just run more Droll. There you go. But if Pot of Greed was around, you would always have to play hand traps. Not only would this change the way that you play the game, it would also change the way that you deck build. From building the deck, you would include Pot of Greed, you would include 3 Ash Blossom, you would include more hand traps, because board breakers suck ass. Why? Because Pot of Greed exists. Or you just get sacked by it, which isn't fun. Oh, I didn't draw the out to Pot of Greed. Oh, I'm not playing the out to Pot of Greed. I guess I just lose. That's not fun. Just draw the out.
This is generic draw cards. Before I continue, I need to make something very clear because I know that Yu-Gi tubers like Hardleg have already harped on Ash Blossom when it comes to discussing cards like Max C. My argument isn't that because Ash Blossom exists, it would magically make Pot of Greed more fair. That's just factually incorrect.
Yes.
My argument regarding Ash Blossom is that in most cases, you shouldn't be wasting an Ash on a generic draw card to begin with turn 1.
No. 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 Okay, I'm sorry, hold on. What? Okay, if my opponent were to activate Pot of Extravagance right now, you're telling me don't negate it. You're telling me give them the free fucking +2. If they activate Pot of Desires, it banishes 10 cards from their deck. I don't ash that? If they activate Pot of Prosperity, I'm to just let that resolve and allow them to see the out to my board. Huh? It's fine.
This includes other cards like Pot of Prosperity.
Just draw the out.
Allow me to explain. When you activate Ash Blossom, you're committing to your one and only activation of a copy of that card for the rest of that turn.
Apparently.
Therefore, you want to make sure that when you fire off your Ash Blossom, you're getting the most value out of it. And ideally, that means hitting a choke point in your opponent's combo in an attempt to end their turn sooner.
Okay, here's the problem with that. If you allow them to get that +1, if you allow them to get that generic draw, unless it's literally just a 1-for-1, right? If you allow them to get that, they're more likely to be able to play through said interaction, right? If you ash them, for example, on a, let's say a, you know, they go Pot of Greed, right? You hold the ash. You allow them to then normal summon Seyfert. They activate the Seyfert effect. Cool. Now you ash, because that's, in theory, the better option, right? Cool. Now they activate Bestial Lubellion, and now they activate the Wyver Burster from their hand. They do full Dragon Link combo, and they flip you off and slap you. What do you mean? Just ash the Pot of Greed. It's going to... You don't know what they have in their hand. You can't predict whether or not they're going to have a good hand or not. That Pot of Greed could have just unfucking bricked them. Yes, I get the idea. You take the biggest amount of advantage that you can possibly see. That Pot of Desires, cool, great. That allows them to get 2 cards into their hand. That gives them an additional card that they didn't have previously. I'm going to stop that one. Just run all hand traps. There you go. Just prevent them from playing the game. Oh, I've been getting very upset, and I want to say, I don't know if this individual, this ant, Florent? I don't know who this is, how to say their name. I genuinely don't want to come across as, like, angry at them, or saying that they're stupid for coming up with these ideas, or anything like that. I think that this is a well-executed video. It's not perfect, but it's well-executed. And the ideas are sound. I'm just a streamer over-exaggerating, and that's what I do. But this genuinely feels like Baby's first thought. Or more specifically, Baby's first idea about Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's fine. We've all had it. We all want Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed's cool. But in terms of balance and in terms of fun, I don't think it's a good idea.
Now, what would be
What if you don't
considered a
draw Ash?
choke
Exactly.
point that Ash Blossom would want to negate? An easy example of this would be a card like Branded Fusion, but perhaps we need a more complicated example to show just how much there is to consider when identifying a deck's
There's
choke
no
point.
basic card advantage.
We'll
in
use
how
my recent
important it
Novellas
is.
deck, for
Yeah.
example, since my viewer...
I think another thing is, almost more so than anything, they're making it out to be as if the +1 is something that you will easily know what to negate in, right? It's like, yeah, in theory, if your opponent drops Pot of Greed, and you know, I need to hold for Branded Fusion, because Branded Fusion is a once per turn, and they probably already have access to it, sure, that's a great option. However, what if they're not playing Branded? What if you don't have a better Ash target, and now you wasted that Ash because they started with Pot of Greed? Or, better yet, what if you do activate Ash at one of their choke points, and then they Pot of Greed? Great, you used Ash, that's fine. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Ash is gone, they get that free plus. They get that free +1, and now they get to full combo through the Ash. Oh no, you just got sacked. Fun!
no
The
reason
Act Man
for
understands the
Hungry
card
Burger
advantages
decks.
like Pot of Greed.
Man, I love that Ant is finally experimenting with new content on his channel. Ha! I tricked
His
you.
name is Ant.
Novellas is a ritual deck that takes very few special
Pot of Greed
summons to
triple
set
deck.
up its turn 1 board. And it's an archetype that has not 1, but 2 Searcher spells that the deck plays at 3 copies each.
That's like 5.
Furthermore, the deck runs a lot of other generic ritual searchers and enablers, as well as it runs terraforming,
Counter
since
argument,
one
I
of
just
its
flipped the table.
in-archetype searchers is a field
More
spell.
Homestuck music.
Now, similar to decks like Libromancer or Makonko, Novellas isn't a deck that's really
Makonko. Oh no.
going to be played pure in a more competitive setting. It's a very gimmicky archetype with a relatively small engine, discounting generic ritual support. And even if it could run a copy of Pot of Greed and Upstart, it wouldn't really get a lot of mileage unless you were to duct tape it to another archetype. Its whole gimmick is that the ritual monsters tribute opponents' monsters, as well as sometimes themselves, in order to
Turn down the music, please. I can't hear myself think.
special summon ritual monsters straight from the deck, which is a really strong gimmick. Beyond that,
He's a
though, it
ritual player
doesn't
and
do a
wants
lot
more
on its
to see
own
for his
aside from
meta deck.
drawing
That
cards
explains a
once or
lot.
twice.
It sadly does. Okay, coming from a ritual player, coming from a ritual player, absolutely. Do you know how awesome it would be if I could play Dark Lords with Pot of Greed? Do you know how nice that would be to be able to go, cool, here's Pot of Greed. Oh, you ash that? Great, I'm going to activate Ixchel. Now I'm going to draw 2 anyway. Omega lol. Get owned, liberal. But then you play Sprite and you're like, cool, I'm going to do my combo. And then also Pot of Greed for like 2 hand traps. Cool. It's like, no! Anyway.
Twice with its engine, and setting up a single counter trap akin to Salamangreat Roar. Most people trying to innovate the deck currently have been running it with either Makonkos or Dogmaticas, and I've
No
been
shot there, like
experimenting with the
Makonko,
latter
no well.
since the Nadir Servant is a 1-card combo that turbos out Maximus and dumps Garura for another free draw 1. And assuming you're able to get Maximus on board, you can then dump any 2 monsters from the extra deck into the graveyard. So in this
Came out before
example,
the new pack?
what
Yeah,
would be
I know.
considered a choke point that I would hit with Ash Blossom specifically? The way I
Is this the Family Guy house? What the? Huh? What is happening? This has to be a joke, right? Quiz time. If the only hand trap in your hands is Ash Blossom, which of these are the deck's biggest choke point? Pot of Greed. What are we talking about? You just click the Ash button at any point because genuinely, I don't know what's in your hand. That's the problem. Yes, if I know you have a Nadir Servant, I'm going to hit that one. If I don't know what you're playing, I don't know. If I don't know what's in your hand, I don't know. Maybe I hold it for Nadir Servant. Maybe you don't have it in your hand and this Ash Blossom goes to waste, right? Maybe I hit the today's menu. Great. fantastic. Maybe that does something. Or maybe it does nothing at all because you end up having the entire combo in your hand already. Maybe you have an Nadir Servant to bait out an Ash Blossom. Maybe you have a Terraforming to bait out an Ash Blossom. Like, I don't... What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know what's in your hand. What do you mean?
See it. The weak links in my deck
No,
are
there's more
Nadir
than one
Servant or
card
my Ritual
that
Monsters.
performs
And that's what I would hit with Ash
Yeah.
Blossom if I were facing my own deck.
Okay, see? He says Nadir Servant and a bunch of these. And it's like, great, fantastic. However, what if you activate Terraforming as your first action? And I go, okay, this could be like, this could be ABC, this could be Flu, this could be a whole bunch of other things. Yeah, I'm gonna Ash the Terraforming. And then you go, cool, Nadir Servant? And I go, huh? And then you reveal that you're on Novels, and I go, oh, okay. Anyway, here's a Kaiju. I don't know. Technically, Barrera, as you don't have to Ash. As you don't know what the Ash target is because the deck has 3 Rotas on top of Pot of Greed. Yup. No, I think this person specifically, I don't think they shotgun their hand traps. I think more specifically than anything, they hold their hand traps for specific cards, right? And it's like, I understand that, I do, but knowledge of the opponent's deck does matter, but more importantly than that, knowledge of what's in their hand helps make those decisions. Yes, if I see a Nadir Servant come down, I'm gonna Ash that, obviously. That's a very good card to Ash. But if you activate Voice La Carte, I can go, cool, that's gonna search a card, maybe 2, maybe you don't have anything, I'm gonna Ash that. Maybe you do have something there. Maybe you don't, right? I don't know. But that seems like a great choke.
And that's what I would hit with
Especially for
Ash
a freaking
Blossom if I
ritual
were
deck.
facing my own deck.
Also, no shot. I have to actually disagree with this guy here. Yes, maybe these 2 you negate. No shot you negate these 2. I'd rather see these 4 and this one as negates.
Nadir Servant or my Ritual Monsters. And that's what I would hit with Ash
The choke point
Blossom
in
if I were
Novella's
facing
playing
my
against
own deck.
True.
In the case of the Novella's Ritual Monsters, they can only activate their tribute effect once per turn. If their tribute effect gets negated, their entire game plan goes down the crapper and they become a sitting duck for a whole turn since each ritual leads into the next. As for Nadir Servant, there's a few reasons. Nadir is non-searchable. The combo it enables generates a crap ton of advantage if it isn't interrupted.
Ash Hungry Bird.
And because
There it
there's no
is.
backup plan for the combo, hitting Nadir with Ash Blossom denies the Novella's player those resources for the entire turn. The point is that it's not always wrong to
still
hit
valid
the other
targets to hit
searcher
with
spells
Ash,
in the
don't get
deck,
me wrong.
but it's inherently
But
risky if you do
it's
so.
Meta is a full guarantee that it'll kill your opponent momentum if the only disrupt you have in your hand is Ash. Exactly, that's the point. Here's the thing: if you're activating your search card first, and I
Not
know
always wrong to
that you're
hit the other
playing this
searcher
deck,
spells
I'm
in the
gonna
deck.
go, cool. You probably fucking. I'm not gonna hit the field spell. I'm not gonna lie. This one I might hit because it's like cool. You can search a card that you need. That's awesome. I'm gonna hit that one because here's the thing: you might not have that field spell or that ritual spell in your hand. You might not. It's actually probably more likely that you don't have it in your hand than the fact that you do if you're activating this card. So I'm gonna probably negate
But
that
it's
one.
inherently risky if you do so. If you were to just Ash
All of
one of
them
the many
have
ritual
effects, so-
searchers, the Novella's player could have a completely different searcher in their hand, or they could just go into their Nadir combo without having to worry again about Ash Blossom for the rest of the turn. Now obviously, if you were to open another completely different hand trap alongside Ash Blossom, you would have a lot more flexibility as to
Yeah, now imagine if I activate Pot of Greed and immediately force you to shotgun your Ash Blossom because Pot of Greed basically says, negate me or die, and now you are down a hand trap, and maybe you had another hand trap that would have been able to break a board with those 4 cards that you currently have in hand, but now with that Pot of Greed having taken up that one Ash Blossom, you now don't have the ability to stop your opponent. Uh-oh. That's pretty common.
how you can stop your opponent's turn 1 plays. Or if
Be
you
very
open a
skewed
board
this
breaker
time.
going
Be
second, ashing their deck at the right point increases the chances their end board turn 1 won't be strong enough to stop your board breaker.
It's Novels.
Something else you have to consider is that these insane one-card combos often still have hard once per turn stipulations for the cards that enable them. If your opponent
Sure,
happens to
there's something that
open with
targets
more than
capture
one
mode.
copy of the same search spell in their hand after you negate its activation of Ash Blossom, it's not like they can just fire off the other copy. It's a break in their hand for the rest of their turn. So with all that said, I have to ask.
Yeah, so now Pot of Greed basically says, cool, here's another thing that you have to negate.
Is Pot of Greed a choke point? The way I
Yes!
see it, it's only a
What do you mean? That's a lot of text. Hold on.
choke point if the rest of their hand is a brick.
Another valid reason is if your opponent is piloting a rogue or non-meta archetype that runs generic draw cards due to their archetype's weak consistency. In that case, yes, Pot of Greed would be a choke point, but that argument is more so about power creep and basically proves my point that Pot of Greed isn't a choke point in every deck. Yes, Pot of Greed technically isn't a choke point in every deck, but it is still a choke point in novels. Because guess what? Having additional cards in a ritual archetype is pretty powerful! Especially in a ritual archetype. You should be well aware of this. Having cards in hand is very, 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 very good in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because one, it's hidden information. Anything could be in there. That is threatening to the opponent. While it may not actually be anything, it is still something to the opponent, right? Two, it means that any of those cards could be a combo. It could be a play. It could be a board breaker. It could be an interruption. It could be whatever it may be. That could be something, right? Pot of Greed represents two of those. Pot of Greed represents two of those for any deck. So while yes, technically it is not a choke point in every deck, technically it is a choke point. Because guess what? If your opponent activates Pot of Greed, they're now down to 4 cards instead of 6. For reasons I just explained, it's simply more optimal to hit a hard once per turn card in their combo that they can't recover from. Yes, it is more optimal. However, imagine they have 2 of those in their hand, or they draw 2 off of Pot of Greed, or they draw Called By, or Cross Out, or something like that to stop your Ash Blossom, or they have multiple soft once per turns, like for example Quick Launch. And now you give them the ability to now normal summon a monster. Or maybe they don't have a hard once per turn. Or maybe they can chain block. Or maybe they're playing fucking Tier and you just die anyway. That being said, this sort of decision making requires extensive archetype/meta knowledge. So I can understand why people make this mistake. What do you mean? Oh, the mistake of not hitting the hard once per turn. Yes, I agree and I also disagree. Yes, it's a mistake. Not really, though. Yu-Gi-Oh's card design is good about giving new players the ability to intuit what an archetype does the first time they come across it. I'm sorry. What? What are you talking about? You know. You're telling me the first time a player looks at Novell, they're going to intuit how the fuck that deck plays? No shot! Ain't no way in hell that's happening. You look at Novell and go, yeah, this deck is all about targeting. Huh? There's a bunch of food on my plate, on my card. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Not in the slightest. MathMac is telling you that it's gonna link climb into Oblivion? Maybe. The first thing they do is fucking Xyz summon. If you stop the Xyz summon and they stop playing, and then all of a sudden they link summon into Oblivion, and all of a sudden access code OTK you, that's not gonna intuit anything. Maybe if you get owned by the deck first, maybe you'd understand. But you'd have to get absolutely destroyed by the deck first, and then be like, yo, what the fuck does Pearly do? How did I lose to Pearly? It's like, I don't know, dude, I just click buttons. I just played stuff. Reading the card explains the card. No. But it might as well be a different language. Yeah. Reading the card does not explain the card, sadly. You do need to know the meta/archetype. You just need... It's just a knowledge check. It's just a knowledge check. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a knowledge check. It's one of the reasons why people compare Yu-Gi-Oh! To fighting games. Because it is a knowledge check. You have to just know. Yeah, I too read Rika and know about Sun Avalon Therion. Exactly. True Pearly moment.
But you can't
I
really...
apologize for the side tangent here, but I have to address the Rarin video too. Losing to a new deck and getting your ass kicked is part of the learning process in this game. Fair enough. Fighting games and MOBAs, since there's another comparison I hear a lot, are the exact same. I mean, fuck, you aren't going to learn the Kazuya or Belmont matchup on the first try in Smash either. Why are you pretending Yu-Gi-Oh! Is any different? Just get good, study, and practice. I hate the mentality of get good. No. 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 Here's the thing. Get good is awful. It is awful. No. I shouldn't have to play a game and study it and understand it and spend hours getting good at it. It should be a game that is fun from the start. If it's not, why the hell should I play it? I hate that argument. That's just a personal thing. But, like, let's be 100% honest. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't much different. It's much similar to a fighting game. However, the difference is, in a fighting game, you can go, cool, I got my ass kicked. I'm not entirely sure why. But it's probably because I actually just, like, messed up my buttons, right? You can look at, like, the tech in Smash and be like, cool, I'm just messing up my tech. Like, I don't... Cool, great. Or you can look at it and be like, cool, I'm unsure how to play against this thing, right? But in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can look at it and go, I genuinely have no idea what is happening. The cards do not make sense. They're not doing what they say they're doing. Also, how are they doing this? How are they getting these cards? It doesn't say. I have to read a literal mountain of text. And it's just... no. Anyway. Dueling
No, unless they tell you or give it away in some form. As a result, I see ashing their copy of Pot of Greed as an inherently risky play, regardless...
Yes, ashing Pot of Greed is inherently risky. However, so is giving your opponent 2 free cards. That could be anything.
Regardless of what 2 cards they pull off the top of their deck. This is a view I hold towards all the pot cards as well, aside from Pot of Avarice.
I don't blame you.
For example, I rarely ash my opponent's Pot of Prosperity if they're going first.
Why? Why would you not ash Pot of Prosperity? That card could be any other card. Anyway.
Because A, it gives me knowledge of what cards are in their deck. B, it's not really a choke point in most cases. And C, the card they add to their hand may be a choke point instead.
See, that's the issue. It could be a solution, or it could be something that you could ash. Or it could be nothing. Or it could turn out that they end up searching Called By. And then you're just like, oops. Or an extender. Yep, it could also be an extender, you know? It could be Mathmech Addition. And they already have Circular in hand. Great. What the fuck are you ashing? They activate Pot of Prosperity. Great. They banish 6. Cool. They special summon Unicorn. They search a card. Are you gonna ash that one? What did they add? They added Theosis. Great. Fantastic. Well, guess what? They had Unicorn anyway. So, oh no. Or no. Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Since if they grab a searcher off a Pot of Prosperity, it tells me that they didn't have one in their hand to begin with. Now, if the opponent is going second, it may be more justifiable to ash your opponent's Pot of Prosperity, since they could draw into...
For example, I'm sitting on both Ash and Hamburger Recipe, which is effectively just Salmon Great Roar. Because of the fact that I'm sitting on a few other pieces of disruption, besides Ash, I recognize that I could possibly afford to hit Prosperity if I want to. And even then, that may be a waste of my recipe.
Board breaker. But that's a whole other argument. Although that sometimes may not always guarantee you a win, because if your opponent is siding for going second, they're most likely going to have some board breaker in their hand to begin with. And while we're on the topic of Prosperity, this leads into my third argument, which is that Pot of Prosperity at 3 copies is significantly better than Pot of Greed at 1.
This I actually agree with. That doesn't necessarily mean that Pot of Greed should come back. This means that Pot of Prosperity should go lower. Yeah? Just because Pot of Prosperity exists doesn't mean that Pot of Greed should come back. And yes, Pot of Prosperity does conflict with Pot of Greed and is technically a better card at 3. But the thing is, Pot of Greed at 1 is comparable. And that shows you the power level of Pot of Greed. Nuke versus Bazooka. Yeah.
So to clarify, this section of the video isn't explicitly about Pot of Prosperity. The original draft did focus solely on comparing the two cards, but during the making of this video, I realized that I needed to revise this portion of the script because of the very real possibility that Prosperity could end up finding itself with a limited list in the future. However, even if Prosperity were to get hit, whether by the time this video releases or in the near future, there are other consistency cards in the modern day meta besides Prosperity that can still hold a candle to Pot of Greed at 1 copy. So we'll be looking at them here as well.
Yugi here.
Oh,
Take
yeah?
this. Huh? Grandpa?
What
I built
cards?
this deck. I put my soul in these cards, and I taught you
The heart of
everything I
your
know.
cards and modern staples that rival Pot of Greed at 1. Do not invoke Heart of the Cards. Don't say just draw the out. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Don't do that. Don't just say draw the out. That's what makes the game boring. That's what makes the game frustrating.
Okay, take them.
No fun.
Take my cards and teach him respect. Teach Kaiba respect for the heart of the cards, Yugi.
Before we can properly address this topic, we need to first understand the definitions of and the difference between card advantage and card quality. The reason why we have to learn these concepts is because one of the biggest arguments against Pot of Greed is that it is a free +1 on resolution, so it's important that anyone participating in this discussion has at least a basic understanding of these two concepts. Doing so would help put into perspective why a free +1 isn't really that big of a deal in the modern game. According to an article on the Wizard's website, card advantage is defined as any process by which a player obtains effectively more cards than his opponent. By comparison, card quality is essentially how good a card in your deck is. The cards you run in your deck have to justify their existence, and they have to help you further your strategy more optimally if you're building a competitive deck. The kicker is that a card's quality is often situational. If you'll recall, I mentioned earlier in the video that Hell Shadal Hollow was a card that would be suboptimal in a deck like Runic, but would be great in something like Tearlament. That's the card's quality in action. It relates to its ability to aid in a given deck's game plan. Therefore, a card's quality is often subjective. The only properties that can be measured objectively when it
This
comes to
video feels like an argument that you could, not that you should. Honestly, yeah, kind of. But it does say we should. Yeah, I've like exhausted. I'm just exhausted. This is free +1 isn't a big deal. Technically. Except it absolutely is.
card quality is what the card does, what it costs to play the card or its effect, and how many decks in the game would want to run it. That final property can vary depending on the current meta when we're looking at these cards from a competitive standpoint. Some generic cards can be reasonably splashed in about any deck, whereas others have more specific use cases and can only see play if it aids in a certain deck strategy. These are called staples and semi-staples respectively. You can also have cards that are specifically ran in decks to help aid in poor matchups or counter top tier decks in the
Both
format.
of you are kind of wrong. What do you mean both of you? As in me and the guy in the video? Why so, Shen? Pot of Greed 3. Let's go.
We call tech cards. Board breakers and hand traps by their very definition are tech cards, even if some of them are good enough to be considered staples. But floodgates can vary between being a tech card or not. This is because of the nature of how floodgates work. They're often found in either stall-based strategies or in decks that can play under their conditions without any restrictions. But sometimes they may be included in the side deck if it counters a top-tier deck in the meta, which is why they can sometimes be considered tech cards. An example would be Dimensional Barrier, which has a floodgate effect that only lasts for a single turn. Anyone who's been pausing to read all my notes throughout this video already knows how I feel about this card, along with most other single turn.
Pick whatever extra deck type your opponent controls, prohibit the summoning, the extra deck mechanic for the rest of the turn. What this card ultimately Jeez, this is difficult to read. What this card ultimately sets out to do is, if you're going first, is to keep your opponent from going into any of their extra deck monsters or rituals, or pendulums, which makes them auto lose if they don't have a win con in their main deck. Yeah. I heard Runic got hit. It did. Sadly.
Floodgates. But it's not really the focus of this video, and there's an argument to be made that they're necessary for the health of the game, so we'll just leave it at that. So what makes a card better than some other card in its same category? Pot of Extravagance and Pot of Desires, for example, both do the exact same thing for completely different costs. So which would you rather? They're running a deck. If you've been paying attention, you
It's
can
a
probably guess where I'm
fundamental
going
question
with
of
this.
game design. What do you want your game to be, and what is it that you consider healthy for the game? Konami is opaque about it. You and he are both assuming the goal. Huh? What do you mean Konami is opaque about it? Konami has literally proved by banning Maxi and other such consistency cards, like Card of Demise being at 1, Pot of Desires, etc., also being limited, that they don't like consistency. That's what a ban list is, huh? And yes, you could make the argument that, like, oh, Konami maybe does want consistency, but with how long Pot of Greed has been on the ban list, huh? Obviously, that is what they want, right? Because that's what the ban list is, what Konami wants, right? So obviously, that's the goal, right? But what I personally want, is the most fun game. Does Pot of Greed provide that? No. What it provides is a game that every once in a while, I auto-lose because my opponent drew Pot of Greed and I didn't draw the answer to it. Much like Maxi, a card that I don't like. That's what I want. That's my goal. That's what I'm arguing. He can argue something else. Also, yeah, Kanye. What he's arguing is that Pot of Greed could come back and it wouldn't change the meta, it wouldn't change the way that the game is balanced, which is fine, but that doesn't mean that it'd be fun, which is, again, my argument. So yes, while technically speaking, we don't explicitly know what Konami wants with their game, nor what they would do to balance, if I were in charge, I'd try to make the game more fun. Therefore, if I really wanted to, I would keep Pot of Greed banned, because to me, it's not a fun card. It doesn't incite entertaining games. It incites more sackiness, where my opponent can just automatically win by that additional card. What the video is insinuating is that Pot of Greed could come back and it wouldn't change the balance of the game. And that's fair.
Both cards achieve relatively the same thing for a similar cost, so it depends on your deck strategy. However, I would say that
Maxi, but that does not make it not sacky. Yes, Pot of Greed doesn't immediately win you the game. That is true, but it does mean that there are games where my opponent draws the one of, and I don't draw the out, and they do win the game. You're right from fun perspective. I don't disagree with you on that. I chose it like 3 minutes in, and I didn't take him seriously. Sorry, your comment may have gotten lost in the myriad of other comments. I just read the ban list. I think Konami watched your Cobalt Sparrow video. Let's go! But Konami OCG surrender rule is proof that fun isn't their goal. That is absolutely true, but the OCG is different. This guy, I believe, is arguing mostly for the TCG and not for the OCG or Master Duel. So that's, again, where I'm taking my perspective as well. Which, again, if I were to do this, if I'm trying to say what's the most fun, no, Pot of Greed sucks. Pot of Greed's not fun. I don't like when my opponent drops Pot of Desires. I go,
Pot of Desires is more widely used than Pot of Extravagance, because Desires doesn't prohibit you from drawing with other card effects for the rest of the turn, whereas Extravagance does. So in terms of card quality, Desires is better by a small amount, but there are situations where you'd rather play Extravagance. A deck like Labyrinth, for example, would rather run Extravagance than Desires if it had to choose between.
Hey yo! It's Labyrinth! PogJam.
Toolbox archetype. It doesn't want to banish a lot of the resources in its main deck. This begs the question then, what exactly is Pot of Greed's card quality in the modern game? I was very careful in the beginning of this video to ensure I was providing an accurate representation of the game during both 2005 and 2023, and the reason for that has to do with this specific argument. I explained that a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2005 often lasts many turns, and that you were very likely to see numerous power cards that could help swing the game in your favor and regain whatever advantage you had lost. I also showed that Pot of Greed had a lot of synergy with other cards that were commonly played at the time, which allowed the player resolving Pot of Greed to either optimize their draw to...
The OCG surrender rule isn't actually all that bad, because as long as both parties agree that it's a surrender, then you can surrender. The problem arises when Victory Dragon exists. That's why it's banned in the OCG. Because Victory Dragon says, cool, here's this thing that wins me the match, and I can get to this combo to allow me to summon it. And then, basically, I just attack you for lethal damage with this guy, and then win the match. And you can't surrender. Lol. And this is precisely why he's wrong. Yeah. Notice that despite going second, the turn 2 player opened... Oh, this is from earlier.
Or to retrieve it later from the graveyard.
because
So let's
Victory
break
Dragon
each of these
is
points
only
down
legal.
and compare them to modern deck building philosophy.
Well, the thing is, you can summon Victory
Games of
Dragon.
Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2023 last nowhere near as long as they did in 2005, and card advantage matters less than simply keeping your opponent from playing the game. It's pretty rare that a game of
Yes, you technically have less time to see your broken one-ofs, but that means that the broken one-of is more sacky. Yes, you're not likely to see it as often, but when it does show up, it matters so much more. The surrender rule for feature matches was adjusted because the OCG is the favorite child. No shot!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Makes it past turn 3. And the reason for this is because someone usually concedes unless both players are piloting decks with a close matchup spread. In those situations, yes, card advantage would start to matter a lot more, but otherwise, board control is king, and the turn 1 player will throw everything at the turn 2 player in order to keep them from breaking their board. What this means is that you have far less opportunities to ever see Pot of Greed in your hand during a game if it's at 1 copy, and the +1 advantage in the modern game is nowhere near as game determining. So
no. That's just wrong.
Ever see Pot of Greed in your hand during a game if it's at 1 copy.
Hold on, chat.
And the +1 advantage in the modern game is nowhere near as game determining.
You were right about them limiting diameter also. Yep. He's making an argument from Magic the Gathering, where we already have an argument because against Pot of Greed from Magic the Gathering. Ancestral Recall is 1 in Vintage, banned in Legacy. That's hilarious. 1 card can keep you in the game nowadays. Okay. Here's the scenario, right? +1 in card advantage, right? I have 5 negates. You have 5 cards. I negate every single one of your cards. But I have 1 additional card because of Pot of Greed. That's 1 more card advantage. I win. Simple example. So let's do a different one, okay? You play your turn, okay? I break your board. Alright? Doesn't really matter with what. Simplified game state. We're both it's more even, right? The board state is more even, okay? You go, that's great. I prevent you from killing me. I go, I draw Pot of Greed, I activate Pot of Greed, I draw Moye Longwan. I normal summon Moye. You don't have an interaction. I reveal Longwan, I full combo you, I kill you. Or, better yet, I draw Taya and another dead card. I full combo you, you die. Okay? 1 card matters. Every single card matters so much more in Yu-Gi-Oh! It matters so much more. In Magic, it doesn't. Not nearly as much. That 1 card, if you don't have the mana to play it, you can't play it. If you don't see it at the right time, it doesn't matter. Right? In Magic, doesn't matter as much. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, 1 card is everything. I draw Branded Fusion. Cool, Branded Fusion. I win. All cards matter. Legacy and Vintage are the MTG formats, similar to Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. If you consider comparing Magic the Gathering Standard to active Yu-Gi-Oh!, then you'd be equivalent to Yu-Gi-Oh! Draft to Magic the Gathering. Yeah. Being honest, his arguments apply to every single non-searchable broken spell in the ban list if you get released to 1. The real question is, how does that make the game better? It doesn't. Again, it's okay. Yes, Pot of Greed could come off of the list. Similarly to things like Harpy's Feather Duster, similarly to Raigeki, similarly to name a spell, right? However, does that necessarily mean that it's more fun for the game? Maybe you could argue the balance is better. Like, for example, with Harpy's Feather Duster at 1, sure, that makes the game technically more balanced. But in the TCG, do you want to know what they did? They semi-limited Lightning Storm because Harpy's Feather Duster, right? Cool, now you have, instead of 4 back row removal, like you did previously, you now have 3, again. The only reason Harpy's Feather Duster is at 1 because it's an iconic card. The reason Pot of Greed isn't at 1, even though it's an iconic card, is because it's too overtuned. Konami, somehow, magically, actually does know this. Is he playing the same game as me? I don't know. Trident Zodiac, I see, is going to be fully unlimited. Yes, Zodiacs aren't really doing anything. And the biggest problem with Trident is Zeus. Not actually Trident, right? And Zeus is at 1, so it's not really that big of a deal.
So basically, it's hard to quantify the impact of splashing a copy of Pot of Greed into a deck in the modern game because...
No, it's not. It's a free +1, and +1, any card could be full combo, could be the exact out, could be anything.
Surprise, surprise, it depends on the deck. On the one hand, you have archetypes like Salamangreat, Runic, or Sky Strikers, where Pot of Greed would be an auto-include for any deck list. But on the other hand, you also have archetypes like Branded or Tearlament, where the inclusion of Pot of Greed would actually require some justification, since it may potentially mess with Garnet.
No. What? Huh?
Where the inclusion of Pot of Greed would actually require some justification.
Oh, this is blatantly wrong. No, yeah, you would 1000% play this in both of these decks, because guess what? Drawing an additional card means that you can actually see your combo. Yes, you might also see a brick, but the thing is, these decks don't really care if you see a brick. Maybe in like in FTK that needs to see very specific cards from deck, maybe? This is... Wow. Ooh, that...
Since it may potentially mess with Garnets in the deck, or
We're
overall...
not exactly running Garnet. It runs targets that preferably want to reach the graveyard instead of the hand. In theory... Yeah. Huh? Tier would love to see its many one-ofs. Thank you! Yeah, yeah. I mean, okay, yes. Yes, I would love to send to the graveyard a Tearlament Soliac. But drawing it's not bad either, because now I can set that and prepare for the following turn. It's not a dead card if I draw it. It can't run additional gas like Desires or Dangers due to their activation costs conflicting with fusion lines. And it doesn't provide enough board advantage to compensate since they're locked into fusions. Desires, yes, because you banish the cards face down, not because they end up in your hand. This is a blatant misunderstanding of how these decks actually function. All limited/semi-limited cards become bans under a legal Pot of Greed. Not all of them, but a lot of them, yeah. Oh no, I drew Merly. Said no tier limit player ever. Who the F is running Dangers and Branded? I don't know. That's what they're saying. They're not playing Dangers. They can't run Desires or Dangers.
For the consistency of their end boards compared to the staples
Danger, exclamation point, and then an S.
They currently use. It's because of this why these sorts of decks choose to run Prosperity instead of
That's by
cards
far
like
the worst
Desires.
argument of the video.
And while we're
Tearlament doesn't play Prosperity because it's already too consistent. It needs basically every single one of its extra deck. It would absolutely play Pot of Greed. No. There are so few decks.
We're on that topic. Let's take a look at Prosperity along with other cards like Small World and Thrust. Because in all...
No. We're not comparing Small World to Pot of Greed. Please... it's fine.
Honesty, these cards have far greater utility in the modern game compared...
I wanted to tell him about how many discard outlets exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! Tier could easily get away with Pot of Greed. And even put it back with the Shuffler. Oh my gosh, imagine putting back Pot of Greed and drawing into a Pot of Greed for turn. Oh, it's nasty.
To a card like Pot of Greed. Not to mention that you wouldn't even want to run Pot of Greed in a deck that runs Prosperity. Since they can...
In the Master Duel World Championship, Jesse Cotton ran Pot of Desires. Wait, -1 in hand, -1 in deck, +1 from deck? Wait, what? Huh? -1 in hand, -1 in deck, +1 from deck? Wait, what? What? Is that what he said? No shot.
A card like Pot of Greed. Cards like Small World and Thrust. Because in all honesty, these cards have far greater utility in the modern game compared to a card like Pot of Greed.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Along with other cards like Small World and Thrust. Because in all honesty, these cards have far greater utility in the modern game compared...
They have greater utility. Cool. So, here's my question. What if you just Pot of Greed for these two cards? like for these two. Not Prosby, because Prosby wouldn't do anything, but you have to -1 in hand, -1 in deck, +1 from deck. Small World versus Pot of Greed. True. Yeah, but you could just draw into these cards. That's not that. Pot of Greed doesn't change anything, right? For that, it does change something for Prosby, which is something
compared to a card like Pot of Greed. Not to mention that you wouldn't even want to run Pot of Greed in a deck that runs Prosperity, since they
didn't conflict with other commonly ran staples. Do you think it conflicts with these cards? Imagine drawing Pot of Greed and going Pot of Greed into Small World and a target for Small World to get you your full combo. Imagine, okay, so cool. You have no cards in your hand. You go Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed grabs you Small World, and let's say Parallel Exceed, a card that doesn't do anything by itself. Cool, great. Now I get to go Small World, reveal Parallel Exceed, grab Mathmech Circular full combo. Huh? Yes, it conflicts. Trust. It conflicts. It conflicts.
clash with each other. If Pot of Greed is comparable in impact to a card like Black Lotus, which I think is a bit of a stretch in the modern game.
No, Black Lotus is broken. We don't talk about Black Lotus. Black Lotus is... Okay, if you were to compare a Yu-Gi-Oh card to Black Lotus, it would be Painful Choice. Pot of Greed and Small World equals -1 versus -2. Yep.
Then Prosperity is akin to a card like Dig Through Time, except it can be activated turn 1. What Prosperity does is that you banish either 3 or 6 cards.
Dig Through Time? That's what we're comparing this
Prosperity
to?
is akin to a card like Dig Through Time, except it
I guess, yeah, I guess.
can be activated turn 1. What Prosperity does is that you banish...
Again, Black Lotus is to a Yu-Gi-Oh card as, like... Sorry. Black Lotus is to Magic what Painful Choice is to Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, just a card that is so obscenely broken that it just could never come back. Black Lotus basically says, cool, here's 2 free mana, right? It's 2. Oh, it's 3. Just kidding, it's even more broken than I imagined.
If Pot of Greed is comparable in impact to a card like Black Lotus, which I think is a bit of a...
Adds 3 mana of any single color of your choice to your mana pool and is discarded. Tapping this artifact can be played as an interrupt. So basically what this does is you play Black Lotus. You just have it on the field. It immediately allows you to play a trap card from your hand. You can't turn 1 dig. Wait, what? I'm incorrect about Lotus. What do you mean? It adds 3 mana of any single color from your choice to your mana pool. Then it's discarded. No? Tapping this artifact can be played as an interrupt. Oh, no, sorry. No, I did read that wrong. Tapping this artifact can be played as an interrupt. Never mind. Just, we're going to ignore that part. So, okay, imagine it like this, okay? It adds 3 mana of any single color for 0 cost. It'd be like drawing 3. It'd be like a better Pot of Greed. Interrupts don't matter anymore. Okay, cool. I figured. All mana sources are same speed. Yeah. I was like, that's crazy. Am I reading that right? No. So yeah, it's basically +3, right? Kind of. In a similar nature, right? But basically Black Lotus is like one of the most broken cards of all time because it basically on turn 1 allowed you to summon a turn 3 card. If that makes sense, right? That's like a good way of explaining it because basically every turn in Magic you get 1 mana, more or less, right? Like that's the kind of idea, right? It's like flu. I mean, so the idea is like normally you're trying to play 1 land every turn, right? So with Black Lotus, you play it turn 1, or I guess you discard it kind of, and then you get 3 of any color. The fact that it's colored mana matters a lot as well, which means that on top of anything else, you basically get to summon a turn 3 card, right? So like if you're playing red turbo, right? You go, cool, I'm gonna play Black Lotus. I'm gonna discard it for 3 red mana, And then all of a sudden, my turn 3, like, boss monster, basically, because I'm playing red, hits the field on turn 1, which matters a lot. Basically, it lets you be turns ahead of your opponent. That's a great way of looking at it, yeah.
Which I think is a bit of a stretch in the modern game. Then Prosperity is akin to a card like Dig Through Time, except it can be activated turn 1. What Prosperity does is that you banish either 3 or 6 cards of your choice from your extra deck, and then you can either excavate 3 or 6 cards from the top of your deck and choose one of those cards to add to your hand, before placing the rest on the bottom of the deck in any order.
But if we're talking in terms of, like, power level of the card, it's similar to, like, it's similar to, Painful Choice, where it's just like, this is very clearly the most broken card. It just accelerates your deck insanely, right?
Appears to be incredibly strict in theory. In practice, it's anything but. Any player that decides to run Prosperity in their deck isn't really going to want to run much other draw cards, and this is because of the plethora of searchers that exist in the game. In the modern game, search spells like Small World or Triple Tactics Thrust, along with in-archetype searchers, have more or less taken the place of many generic draw
because of its context
cards due to their card quality. Because a game of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Usually lasts only a few turns, a generic draw card is inherently more risky to run in a deck than a search spell that has numerous guaranteed targets.
Painful Choice isn't all that great compared to Pot of Greed in 2005, but in 2023 is absolutely an insanely good card. Similarly, would Black Lotus be the same, right? If Black Lotus existed in current modern day Magic the Gathering, it would be broken, and it would be immediately a ban-worthy card, and would be stable in almost every deck because of the fact that it basically just accelerates your play whenever you see it, right? 3 free mana is pretty damn good, right? Similarly is Painful Choice.
Exceptions to this are if the generic draw card doesn't conflict with your strategy, or if the additional draws are part of your deck's engine. And as you can see, the 3 examples I gave earlier fit that bill. Simply put, Pot of Prosperity just outright beats Pot of Greed at 1 copy in terms of utility, even if Pot of Greed doesn't have any cost.
If Pot of Greed would be at 3. That is true.
Now what about Small World and Thrust? While these cards don't always conflict with Pot of Greed and can be ran together, it's probably fair to argue that their impact is a lot greater than Pot of Greed, and that they arguably power creep the card in some aspects, despite each of them having hard once per turn stipulations. Small World, for example, is basically Witch or Sangan on crack. Not only is it on a spell card, but the possibility of what you can search for in the deck is a lot more personalized. When you activate a copy of Small
No, it's not. Thrust into Pot, there you go.
World, what it does is that it takes a monster in your hand, allows you to target another monster in your deck with some similar aspect, and then you use that monster to target a third one, with some trait similar to the second monster. The cost of Small World, however, is that you have to banish the first 2 monsters before adding the third one to your hand. But what this ensures is that when you activate Small World, you're always getting a guaranteed target that you want. There is an argument to be made.
Kind of, yeah, unless you don't have the bridge in your deck, or if yada yada. It requires you to deck build differently. Whatever, I don't...
However, that if a deck is running a Garnet to bridge between the first and third target, running a card like Pot of Greed may result in you drawing that Garnet, and would essentially turn Small World into a dead card.
No, it wouldn't. The hell are you talking about? There's still other targets that you could search. Yeah, Small World might end up causing you to not have the target in your deck. Or you could just maybe not draw it. I don't know. Like, skill issue, dude. Like, I'm tired.
So there is some thought that has to be taken first before you decide to throw Small World in with other draw cards. Though it's not a problem for every deck. Vanquished Soul, for example, could probably justify running both Pot of Greed and Small World, since the deck doesn't run Garnet and uses Small World as if it were a card like Rhoda. Thrust is also broken for similar reasons, and it's an even bigger staple in the meta than Small World. What it does is that if a monster effect was activated by your opponent during your turn, you can search your deck for any normal spell or trap, and either set it onto the field, or add it to your hand if your opponent has a monster on their field. Once again, the card quality of Thrust is absolutely insane. This card not only power creeps Pot of Greed, it power creeps Pot of Prosperity. Out of all the cards in this section of the video, this is the one that I see getting limited or banned in the future, which sucks.
It's not gonna be.
Because I actually like this card a lot. Not only does it further introduce
Of course we like Thrust as well! Why would we not like Thrust? Oh man. Wow, we're just taking all of the terrible takes today. We're just saying all the bad stuff.
additional counterplay into the game, but it also increases the opportunity for the turn 2 player to draw outside it into the deck during games 2 and 3. It's such a necessary card in the modern meta of the game, given how Yu-Gi-Oh! Has evolved.
It's a necessary card. Yeah, just draw the out, dingus.
Up until this point. So suddenly, a free +1 doesn't sound anywhere near as impressive now, does it? It's true that given how Yu-Gi-Oh! Has evolved up until this point. So suddenly, a free +1 doesn't sound anywhere near as impressive now, does it? It's true that the
You're getting right! Oh.
card would see play in many decks, and it would marginally boost the power of those decks, but it seems ludicrous to suggest that Pot of Greed would warp the meta, especially since not every deck can justify running.
No, it wouldn't warp the meta, and yes, every deck can justify running goddamn Pot of Greed! Imagine saying not every deck can justify playing Pot of Greed. Literally every deck can justify it. That doesn't mean every deck should justify it.
Since Prosperity is still legal at 3 copies. Though I suppose it's time we stop playing around and get to the root of this discussion. Pot of Prosperity, Small World, Thrust, all these cards are incredibly busted for sure, but they allow for skill expression and Pot of Greed does not. At the end of the day, there's nothing skillful about activating a card that lets you draw 2 for free, which is a statement I agree with. But do I think that's why it's remained on the ban list for as long as it has? Not in the slightest.
Cause it's fucking overpowered, you dingus.
Before we get into why Pot of Greed being an unskillful card has nothing to do with why it's banned, we first need to address some misconceptions about the Forbidden and Limited list. Yu-Gi-tubers like Monkey Fight TCG have covered this ad nauseum, so I'll try to keep the explanation brief. The purpose of the Forbidden and Limited list is twofold. First,
Rule 1 in Magic the Gathering, almost if not all generic tutors are banned because they search for cost. Hey yo, that's crazy.
Konami uses it to be able to push new product. But secondly, the list is also used to clean up cards that make decks too powerful. Let's take the last few hits to tier limits as an example.
I don't understand. I have no idea. Like, what is it about tier limits that they just keep playing that deck? This deck.
I'm gonna tell you right now why we keep playing tier limits, because it is absolutely one of the most fun decks to play, period. And you know it. Don't lie to me, Joshua. I've seen you play tier. We all enjoy it from time to time. It's like Coke, okay? We know it's bad for us, but we still play it because it's fun.
Looks like a freaking goat control era deck. Get new cards. Play new decks, please. This deck doesn't even look that good. Just do it, please. Please play a different deck.
They don't.
Get new cards. Play new decks, please. This deck doesn't even look that good. Just do it, please.
Tier limit strongest! Cost 0 cards are low power level, but have printed a ton of 0 cost tutor options. Therefore, Black Lotus being 0 cost is easy to tutor in modern cards. That's cool.
Please play a different deck. Because a banlist can't stop them anymore. That's been established. That the banlist cannot stop them from playing tier limits.
For those unaware, tier limits is an archetype that was propelled into tier 0 status last year after the release of the sidestep Magnificent. This product introduced the Ishizu monsters, retrained cards based on the monsters played by Ishizu Ishtar from the Duel Monsters anime. And when combined with the tier limit archetype, it produced what is to this day the strongest deck in the history of the TCG. Yes, even stronger than Zodiac. So to address
Zodiac? Why the fuck did we say Zodiac? Hey yo, where's Pepe? Where my Pepe reference? Or Spiral? Nah, that's fair.
the tier 0 format, Konami banned the main extender of the deck and limited a whopping 7 cards. And even after all of that, the deck is still highly playable despite not being meta relevant anymore. That's just how strong tier limits is. However, tier limits is also an incredibly skillful deck.
It's 2-2. But the format where Lotus is legal has Chalice, which you can run 4 of. Which you can just play for 0 mana and search off all Black Lotus. Huh. Pot of Greed is not powerful in context, it's just powerful.
Despite being super oppressive, the deck had a lot of room for flexibility and player expression. While the most infamous tier limits build is the Ishizu tier variant,
biggest cope yet, hipster meta.
Archetype also has compatibility with Shaddolls, Branded, Punk, Sprite, Kashtira, and even Dangers, just to name a few off the top of my head. So that begs the question, did we nuke tier limits and the Ishizu cards into the ground because it was
It's all comparable to Lotus, plus Recall plus Void, -3 cards, plus 3 cards, skip opponent's next turn. Goddamn. Tier limit.
Skillful, or because it was too powerful? Perhaps we need a more simple example in order to really drive home the point. A Pointer of the Red Lotus is a card that also saw itself move to 1 copy before later getting banned. The reason it was banned was because it let the turn 1 player look at the opponent's hand and rip a card of their choice for 3 turns. And since I already established that games of Yu-Gi-Oh! End around turn 2 or 3, that basically made a Pointer equivalent in impact to a card like the Forceful Sentry, which is an incredibly busted card that puts the opponent at an objective disadvantage for no cost whatsoever. Unlike a card like Change of Heart or Pot of Greed, cards like Delinquent Duo and the Forceful Sentry would without a doubt still be incredibly busted today. Hand control and
I would rather you give me Delinquent Duo than fucking Pot of Greed. Emphasis on without a doubt. We couldn't unban these cards today because they further lock down the turn 2 player on top of whatever the turn 1 player's deck already does. I just stroke reading that, sorry. That was on me, not him. There aren't much valid arguments in favor of these cards ever being unbanned in 2023, and if you disagree, then make your own video. Lol. No, that's fair. However, I'd still rather have Delinquent Duo over Pot of Greed, because guess what? You don't get a look at my fucking hand. I don't care. I don't care if you don't see my hand. That's fine. I'll just be luckier than you, trust.
The context of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just stupidly oppressive, and it's why people still main deck talents. A card like Thrust is most useful for going.
It was banned because it was straight up hand rip with the Rise Heart. That was why it was banned, yes, but honestly, it was also banned in Master Duel because it's literally just a free stop. You don't get to play this turn. Which is fun. It's better than Duo in my eyes. Absolutely. Again, Duo is like the weakest of those cards. Even though it technically hand rips you for 2, it's still the weakest because you don't look at the hand.
Second, but talents can be used going first after getting punished by an opponent's hand trap in order to potentially
tier to change the topic to Forceful Sentry. He said, okay, why did we limit tier? Because the deck was powerful. And then he went, cool. Maybe we need another example. Now he's going over the second example.
Kill any one-card combos in their hand.
Which is
so the argument that we can't unban...
Oh, and again, this is all without conceding that Pot of Greed is unskillful. Do people actually make that argument, that Pot of Greed is unskillful? Who cares? I agree that it's a free +1, and like Thrust and Prosperity, I've conceded that it helps boost the consistency of many decks. Sure. Despite that, I still managed to lay out valid reasons for why the card could come off of the list, and why similar cards like Pot and Prosby and Thrust have remained legal. Justifications for why a card could come off of the list doesn't mean that it should. Yes, we could. That does not mean that we should. We should not, because it doesn't make the game more enjoyable, nor does it necessarily sell any additional product. There's no reason for Konami to release this card. Yes, it technically makes decks more consistent, but that doesn't really help make the game more fun, because unlike a lot of other cards, if it were at 3, it would create an unskillful environment where things like FTKs and auto-win going first strategies that can play around a lot of board breakers would matter a lot more, and things like hand traps basically wouldn't matter, right? However, if you were to put it to 1, that means that it's just a sacky mess that guarantees that if your opponent sees it, not guarantees, but means that if your opponent sees it, they're a lot more likely to basically just automatically win the game because of that one additional card. That one additional card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Matters a lot more than in almost any other game. If you're looking at this from a Magic perspective, that one card probably doesn't matter, because drawing a card doesn't mean shit if you can't play said card, because mana exists. In Yu-Gi-Oh! That doesn't matter. Cool. Imagine an Endymion looping Pot of Greed. Oh, please don't. Please, no. No, I'd rather not. He can non once per turn, add a spell back from the grave. I know. We could unban Protoss, but why would we? We could unban Block Dragon. Let's be honest, Block Dragon wasn't really doing anything in Master Duel at 3. Okay, that's a lie. But it's not doing anything in the OCG at 3. It could come back to 3. That's fine. No. Why? Because it incentivizes unfun games. And it allows for a lot of those unfun games to exist and to continue. Which, again, unfun. Not fun. Not something we want. And since I know people are going to comment about this, no, I don't think someone seeing a copy of Pot of Greed during a single game while the other player doesn't is a big deal in the context of 2023. And this is where I think, yes, technically you're correct, because technically you could generate as much advantage with or without Pot of Greed, but the difference is Pot of Greed becomes a sack. Yeah, you could win a game after getting Raigekki'd for your entire board, or you could not. You know, yeah, you could play through a Harpy's Feather Duster, or maybe you can't. That doesn't necessarily make it fun. That doesn't necessarily make it competitive. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. Every competitive deck runs numerous consistency cards, most of them in Archetype, that not only serve the same purpose as Pot of Greed, but also work as independent pipelines that shit out an entire end board by themselves. Now imagine if Pot of Greed allowed them to see those cards more often. So I'm not dedicating a section to that argument, when many players, even myself, are fine with one-card combos. That argument is total cope. Whatever.
Pot of Greed, because it's too unskillful, is a complete load of crap. Simply put, Pot of Greed at one copy just isn't powerful enough in 2023 to justify keeping it banned.
Hand advantage is definitely a thing in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Does he not understand that? Very clearly. This definitely feels like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like the 3rd or 4th game that they play, and they play like Vanguard or like Magic or something else, right? Where it's like, yeah, Pot of Greed could absolutely exist in that sense. It can't exist in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It just warps. It actually does warp the format. I'm not gonna lie. I said that it didn't, but that's a lie. It does. It doesn't change what decks are topping, but it changes the way that they're built. He did show some Vanguard gameplay. I know, that's why I mentioned it.
You'll even open the card as slim, and it's arguable whether or not resolving Pot of Greed is anywhere near as game-determining as it was in 2005.
Vanguard doesn't allow
both
Pot of Greed
Prosperity
either.
and Thrust are just better cards all around.
Because Vanguard's a good game.
And searching cards is just objectively better if your deck has the option to run either of these 3 cards.
Yes, searching cards is objectively better. But if you have additional ways to search cards, what is Pot of Greed gonna do? Stop you from playing Thrust? Huh? Yeah, it does technically stop Pot of Prosperity. But you can still play Pot of Prosperity and then just not add the Pot of Greed that you reveal off of it.
But if all these reasons still aren't enough to convince you that we can unban Pot of Greed, and you think that the card needs to stay banned in order to serve as a benchmark for what is considered a bannable card, then perhaps this is indicative of a much larger issue, the design of the game itself. So let's talk about that. We're overdue for a new Master Rule anyways, and it's worth diagnosing the problems of the modern game to see if we can produce any sort of viable solutions. Strap yourselves in, this is a long one.
What do you got? What do you got for me? I'm tired, my brain.
The biggest issue that needs to be addressed in Master Rule 6 is that games need to last more turns on average than they currently.
What needs to be fixed? Games lasting 1 to 2 turns before scooping. Does it need to be fixed? I actually wholeheartedly disagree. Here's the thing. Games, the amount of turns doesn't matter. That does not matter. The amount of interactions do. If a game immediately ends because the opponent FTKs you, that's a problem. If the game immediately ends because the opponent went first and set up a full board of basically negates to prevent you from actually doing anything, that's not fun. That's not entertaining. However, if a game is like Unchained versus Tearlament, currently in the modern game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, that's cool. Do you want to know why? Because there's hundreds of thousands of different interactions that each of those players could choose to do, right? Each choice matters. Each choice could be a different choice, and there's tons of them in that 2 turns. 2 turns! The difference is that those 2 turns basically encapsulate tens of turns in other games. That's the only difference. It just happens in less turns. You're still playing the... Shit! You're still playing the game in basically the same way. You're just doing it in a more condensed amount of time. That's it. So I disagree with that, but I do understand. I understand wanting more turns, especially as a bad deck.
Then perhaps this is indicative of a much larger issue, the design of the game itself. So let's talk about that. We're overdue for a new Master Rule anyways, and it's worth diagnosing the problems of the modern... The biggest issue that needs to be addressed in Master Rule 6 is that games need to last more turns on average than they currently do in Master Rule 5. I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh! Needs to go back to Edison levels of pacing, since that would just make Edison less unique.
Had a duel versus Tier with Vias, and it was one of the most fun duels I've had in a long time. Exactly. Tier is genuine. There's a reason Tier is still seeing play to this day, even though it's been so heavily limited in the OCG and Master Duel and in the TCG and all of that stuff. And it's because it makes fun games. Like, the games are back and forth, especially in a more limited sense, right? Playing, for example, playing against Tier right now oftentimes just means that you're playing a very back and forth game, or they just like high roll you and you just mill like a million cards and you didn't draw the out and yada yada. But for the most part, like, if you go first, you're probably going to have to interact with them. If they go first, they're gonna have to interact with you. There's gonna be gameplay there, right? Maybe they're going to definitively win and they just generated too much advantage, but at the very least, the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be played, right? The thing is, in Magic, it's very similar, right? Sometimes you just get high rolled and you end up not having the outs. Whether that's you didn't draw the right mana, whether that's you didn't end up drawing a card that could counter your opponent's deck, whether that's the cards that you did end up seeing didn't really do what they needed to do, or whether that's your opponent ended up generating more advantage than you. It just takes longer. That's it. The same thing happens, but it's, it's just longer.
Or the player feels like they have to scoop as early as turn 2, or even sometimes turn 1. A game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Reaching at least turn 4 on average seems like a reasonable request.
Change just enough of the rules to make Pot of Greed a game-swinging card again, and weren't keeping it banned. Huh? While also trying to fix and decentivize other issues. Long first turns, unbreakable turn 1 boards being common, turn 2 OTKs, etc. With modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Without needing a ban to ban 100 cards. Okay, good luck with this. Tier is base, we need more archetypes like tier reverses. True.
That's not to say we still can't have decks whose goals are to end the game sooner, but the bottom line is that going first currently provides way too much advantage over going second. At the moment, the only cards we have right now which seem to greatly aid in going second is Thrust, and another card which the community has labeled Zeus number 2. I think it's imperative that Konami...
Which, aside from seeming restrictive in what decks can realistically justify using it, is just another walking skill drain. Konami could do a lot better than this. This is absolutely not a walking skill drain, and, sure, okay. This is... No, this, okay. This is one of the actual few well-designed cards I actually do like, because it's so shit, but it's also playable in decks. And it does have implications. It's not going to be useful all of the time, and there are absolutely outs to it. Whatever.
Feature cards and archetypes like this if they want the game to have more back and forth. But how would we change the game in Master Duel 6 to further allow games to last more turns? My first suggestion would be that the turn 2 player should initially start with 6 cards in their hand, while the turn 1 player still starts with the initial 5. It can't be understated just how much of an...
I've heard this argument. Here's the problem. Imagine if you draw into a hand trap as your 6th card. That's really annoying and frustrating and stuff like that. But the thing is, now, imagine, you know, the vice versa. Imagine now you draw that extra hand trap and you immediately shut down your opponent and no game is played. That's fun too, right? Cool, the game is played before the turn begins. Awesome. The game ends right there. Right? You don't play out that turn. You drew the out. Cool, great, fantastic. Game's up. I don't know.
Advantage going first provides in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! So giving the going second player a handicap to compensate would go a long way to even out this difference. This is especially important if you're running a trap-heavy deck, since they're often at an even bigger disadvantage when they're going...
Dear Atlanta, I can't fucking hear. Oh my gosh. And just I'm aware this would further boost decks like Labyrinth and Flu, which would incentivize main decking back row removal, which would further help with pacing. Any other balancing issues can be fixed by banning non-continuous floodgates like Dimensional Barrier, along with limiting anti-spell fragrance and solemn cards. No shot. Wait, hold on. I thought we were trying to not ban a million cards. Why are we now limiting anti-spell and solemn cards? What is... Or you can play Novels in the Ritual Festival instead of complaining his deck isn't being consistent enough. If that's the case, nobody wants to go first anymore. Absolutely. Man, I'm glad I learned how to sound balance a long time ago. Yo.
Second, this means the turn 2 player is especially important if you're running a trap-heavy deck, since they're often at an even bigger disadvantage when they're going second. This means the turn 2 player has a much greater chance to see any outs that they need to bust through the opponent's turn 1 board.
Okay, yeah, but if we're playing specifically to go second, right? Like we would with a side deck in the TCG, like we have. Would you not just, like, what is drawing the card not do? Like, I don't... Aren't you now just, like, heavily advantaged by drawing that 6th card, which could potentially be a hand trap, and now everyone just plays hand traps instead of board breakers because you just see that 6th card? Like, I don't... This now disincentivizes the playing of board breakers. I don't know. Rule change 2. The going second player should still be allowed to attack on their first turn, but we should prohibit battle damage until turn 3 in order to give both players a chance of pulling off their strategies. Why? At that point, why even play the game? What? You go first, you don't play a card, and then you just break the opponent's board. Because now you just drew a card, and your opponent set up their board. And then you just kill him. So going first is an FTK? Yeah, basically. This is... I don't... Oh, no! Okay, cool.
Second suggestion is up.
Do I need to explain why this is bad? He's trying to make Yu-Gi-Oh! Into Magic? He absolutely is. Go play Go format. Go play Magic. Go do anything else. Don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! That's fine. Yu-Gi-Oh is cool. Yu-Gi-Oh is based. What? Hold on. I just realized we're playing fucking Burning Abyss, Dino Morbin? We're Dino Morbin time? What the hell is happening? Rules on top of rules. Yes, let's make the game more complicated. Here's the thing. What makes Yu-Gi-Oh good is the fact that it doesn't last multiple turns. What makes Yu-Gi-Oh good is the fact that I can interact with my opponent on their first turn. What makes Yu-Gi-Oh good is that I don't have a resource system. And that battle damage exists. And that yada yada. What it currently is what makes it good. Don't try and change that. This is changing core fundamentals that break the game and make it not Yu-Gi-Oh! It makes it a different game. Why would we do that? Go play Bakugan. Oh no. I knew it was a dueling psyop. Gold format is a fake Yu-Gi-Oh! And you can't convince me otherwise. Let's create Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. Konami has no idea how to balance a game back then. Hell, they still don't. I mean, that's true. They still don't necessarily know how to balance a game in terms of balance. But they've made a fun game, to be fair. He really wants to change core rules just to unban Pot of Greed. No. He wants to change the rules so that something like Pot of Greed can remain banned. I think that's what I saw. And I think that's what I heard. But I could be wrong because I couldn't hear anything because the sound mixing a bit problematic. Anyway, cool.
While we should still allow for the turn 2 player to be able to attack on turn 2, dealing combat damage should be prohibited until turn 3. This provides a bit of relief in the early game for both players, since no one has to be worried about getting murdered for simply opening with a bad hand. This is a practice that a lot of games have, actually, whether that's Magic the Gathering and how they limit what the player can do early game.
What game has this? Please inform me what game prevents you from actually dealing battle damage. In Magic, you can literally go mana, monster, with haste, attack you immediately before anything else happens. That is just cope. That's just cope. Okay. He really wants to change core. Oh yeah. Wild. Isn't trample and haste a thing? Oh, absolutely. This is like... I don't understand this. This is a weird...
with its mana system, or if it's card fight Vanguard with its ride mechanic, which forces both players to wait until about turn 5 before they can start beating the hell out of each other.
No, don't make this Vanguard. Don't make this Vanguard.
With their grade 3 and 4 monsters. The grace period is a standard thing in other card games that just doesn't exist.
It absolutely fucking exists in Yu-Gi-Oh! What the hell are you talking about? Dude, Pokemon! You can literally attack on the first turn in Pokemon! What are you talking about? The hell are you... What the fuck are you talking about? Just because you can't OTK as consistently in those games, you can still attack. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Magic the Gathering is slow enough for that to work, but Yu-Gi-Oh? Hell no. You can't beat each other's ass in Vanguard by turn 3 or 4. Neither of those turns are short until turn 5. So it's not equal. Yeah. It's literally like, cool, let me play a card, let me play one card, let me play one card. Cool. Now we're on turn 5. The silly interaction and the fast-paced gameplay is what makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's stop trying to slow the game down and center on making cards fun to play against. Bingo! This video was really good until like 20 minutes in, and then it was just a shit show from here. They compared Pot of Prosperity to Pot of Greed, and it went fucking downhill. I mean, there is a resource system in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's called your hand. Exactly. There is a resource system. It's called your one goddamn normal summon. You better make it count. Yeah, it's called card advantage. It's not a hard resource system, it's a soft resource system. And it's what makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Cool, moving on. As a first player, you can't actually attack first in Pokemon, unless I'm not understanding what you mean. No. Yes, you are correct. What I'm saying is that you can attack within that first round, right? Because, like, the turn 2 player can attack, right? I believe, right? I'm not crazy. And what he's suggesting is that the turn 2 player, yes, they technically can attack, but they can't deal damage. But you absolutely can deal damage in Pokemon. If you just set up your combo and then attack, you can get a prize card. you can deal insane amount of damage on the first turn in Magic, before your opponent can even do anything in Magic. If you have haste, resources in Yu-Gi-Oh! Depends on the deck itself. Yep. I'm not looking looking forward to Dispatter and Monodimian until we get macro on legs, or the interaction of Floodgate. Yeah, Floodgate.
In Yu-Gi-Oh! It did in the older days of the game, but that was because power creep hadn't gotten out of control by then. So for the sake of fairness, it really should be reintroduced into the game in some form. Whether or not the solution I came up with is the best one is up for debate. Final.
No, I'm sorry, it's not. If you really want more slow-paced games, I'm not going to read this rule real quick. If you really want games to last longer, I don't know, fucking get rid of OTK options? BLS Dad Dimensional Prison? Yeah, I don't know. We just want to turn this into rush rules now. Increase the amount of cards drawn during the draw phase from 1 to 2. Why? Background music is so annoying. Mine? Sorry.
My third suggestion would be that we increase the amount of cards drawn in the draw phase to 2. This would mean that on turn 2, the going second player starts with 8 cards in their hand, which increases the...
I'm sorry, hold on. Hold the phone. No shot. You mean... Oh, okay, hold on. You mean to say that the turn 2 player, the player going second, goes, I'm going to draw 6 cards. You know the video, not yours. Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to turn it off, because we're not going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Today. The turn 2 player goes, cool, I draw 6 cards. I now have however many hand traps, just to draw more hand traps. And then for turn, I draw 2 additional cards? No shot. Hold on, that's what you said?
Cards drawn in the draw phase at 2. This would mean that on turn 2, the going second player starts with 8 cards in their hand.
The turn 2 player starts with 8 cards in their hand. That game failed and turned off. I'm quitting if that ever gets implemented. Me too. How is that even fair? It's absolutely not. This is only fair if your deck is really bad and you play against a meta deck. Yeah, if you're playing Blue Eyes, I can absolutely understand why you would want going second to have 8 cards in your hand. You're probably still gonna brick. But if you're playing a meta deck, could you imagine Makonko with 8 cards in their hand going second? I don't care if I can't do battle damage. You're dead! You're dead! Good luck! Goodbye! 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 8 cards is fair for Lavalval or Allied Justice. Who would go first? You would go first and you would pass the turn. You wouldn't play the game. The game wouldn't be played the first turn. You wouldn't do anything. Because why would you? Breaking boards would be infinitely easier with that many cards. Are you kidding me? Pearly with 8 cards, go Burr. Are you kidding me? As you can already guess, this creates a greater risk/reward factor for spamming out a heavy end board turn 1. Yeah, as in, no reward, all goddamn risk. There's no reward for going first. You just passed the turn. You're fucked. You can't do shit. What are you talking about? Kaiju OTK format. Having 5 cards in your starting hand, and your opponent has 6. If they're planning to go second, like basically everyone would, you can't play the game. There is no turn 1, it's just turn 2 and 3. Turn 1 doesn't matter. Why even have it? What do you mean? Okay. It would still be a viable strategy. How? Please explain to me. You're FTKing your opponent? Great, they have more hand traps. That's not happening. How would this be more viable? They're drawing so many more cards than you. That card advantage so matters. It's something you very clearly don't understand because that's why you want Pot of Greed to be unbanned. This is wild. but so it's saving your resources for turn 3. Exactly. Just don't play the game. More complexity / options in deck building without further punishing overextending. Well, further punishing overextending. No, it doesn't. Everyone just goes second. It's go second turbo. Because if I see 8 cards, I only need like 2 of them to be going second options, right? Cool. Here's a Lava Golem and Lightning Storm. I'm going to destroy all of your back row, and your monsters that actually did anything are gone, and now I get to play the game fully uninterrupted. Awesome. Incredible back and forth. Crusadia top meta deck. It's why Maxi is banned. I'd add you as a friend to test his method. But now the game lasts 5 turns. Wouldn't all this draw power make Pot less valuable? Yeah. So why not just unban Pot of Greed? At that point, yeah, unban it. Why not?
Which increases the chances that the turn 2 player will see some sort of
oh my goodness, we need to test this. This is so complicated.
out to whatever unfair horse piss the turn 1 player has placed on their board. However, since the chances of the turn 2 player breaking through the turn 1 board will greatly increase, that means that the turn 1 player needs more resources in order to break through whatever defenses the turn 2 player managed to set up at the end of their turn. Why do I write such long sentences? And if they still don't manage to break through the turn 1 board, then you can consider the draw 2 as a reward for setting up such an impeccable defense with only a starting hand of 5 cards. Granted, I think the odds of that would be greatly reduced, but still. I think if Konami implemented all 3 of these changes, then no matter how bad power creep got in this game, the turn 1 and turn 2 player would still be on even ground. But then again, I haven't really had the opportunity yet to test any of these changes.
We need to start a tournament with this? Oh, absolutely. I think that's going to be one of my incentives for the 24-hour stream. Yeah. I'm so down if it's possible to implement. I'm bringing all the bullshit. I think we'll try and do it on... I'll just host like a no ban list tournament on like Omega or something like that. How should we name this new format? MTG format? Oh, absolutely. Just imagine.
It'll probably be something that I'll have to experiment with in my own homebrew format. But for anyone wanting to test this hypothetical Master Rule 6, I've left details for it in the description of this video. Beyond that, though, I believe I've finally said my piece. I've covered pretty much every angle that I was able to consider by myself, so I'll say my final words and leave it to the rest of the Yu-Gi-Oh community to continue the discussion from here. In conclusion, I don't think there's any harm in taking Pot of Greed off the Forbidden List.
I don't think there's any harm. There absolutely is. Pot of Greed at 1 copy really isn't that busted in the modern game. It is. And it could potentially be unbanned in the future if Konami has any desire to do so. First of all, Konami doesn't. Let's be honest. There's no reason for Konami to ever put this card back. Because, yeah, it wouldn't really make sense. But second of all, it absolutely would change the meta and the way that the modern game is played. Mostly in deck building, but it would also just allow for more sacky shit, which is not fun. So, no.
Even for just a single format to see what it does to the game. We tried.
Okay, if you want to see what a card like that would do, go back to when they unbanned, what was it, Snatch Steal for a format. That card was in every list, and it absolutely mattered. And then they immediately banned it again because it was awful, and everyone hated it. Genuinely, that's what happened. You can go back and look. If you want, go through like the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or any of those series and stuff like that, and you can check. No one liked it coming back off of the list. It wasn't funny. It wasn't fun. Because it was busted. It was busted at the time. Or in Soul Charge, was that one? Well, the difference is Soul Charge didn't go from banned to 1, unlike Snatch Steal. Snatch Steal was literally banned. They unbanned it. Or, a better example, Imperial Order, when they errated it, and they brought it back to 1. And then it was still absolutely busted. And they said, oops, sorry, let's just ban that again and just leave it there. And hopefully they do that, but they probably won't. Stealing cards should just not be a thing. You cannot trust Yu-Gi-Oh! Players to not abuse a card or not be run in every deck, exactly. It was still a bullshit one of. Yup. Hardly anyone plays this over talents. Not saying the same would be true for Pot of Greed. Hold on. What's happening? Are we comparing
Conclusion, I don't think there's any harm in taking Pot of Greed off the Forbidden List, even for just a single format to see what it does to the game. We tried it with Change of Heart, and it had next to no impact beyond giving...
Okay, the difference with Change of Heart is that, yes, Triple Tactics talents existed, but the difference is Triple Tactics is both good going first and going second, and it doesn't target, which matters. Second of all, Change of Heart is only good going second, and it absolutely saw play because of Thrust. Smile. And third of all, Change of Heart is a significantly weaker card because it isn't just pure advantage. Your opponent does have to control a card that you can steal, and that would matter. And that isn't going to, like, negate it. Widow Anchor is a little bit more reasonable. Same with Mindcon or Econ. Snatch, Steal, and all of the other junk. No thanks. Yeah. 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 The biggest difference is, like, why was no one playing Change of Heart compared to Talents? Because Talents could draw you cards. It could rip a card out of your opponent's hand. It could be something that had other flexible situations where it could come up. It was just more flexible, right? It basically did the same thing as Change of Heart, but it was just more flexible. Change of Heart was only useful in one situation for one thing. That doesn't mean it's bad, and it still definitely saw play, especially with Triple Tactics Thrust, but it wasn't as useful.
Going second decks, an additional confiscation spell.
That's exactly what Pot of Greed does. Gives you additional options.
I explained why the arguments for keeping this card banned is total bunk, and I provided examples of other cards which are
Banning
fully
the card
legal.
hasn't changed how we nerf meta decks. It won't make Ash any more of a staple than it currently is. Its quality at one copy is equivalent or arguably inferior, arguably not well argued, but definitely arguable. Arguably inferior to other legal staples, and it's just weak enough at one copy to where it could come off of the Forbidden List. No.
That basically serve the same purpose as Pot of Greed, while showing why they're still healthy for the game. And for those who vehemently disagree with moving Pot of Greed back to 1, despite all the reasons I gave in this video, I also played Devil's Advocate and shared ideas for Master Rule 6. The changes I suggested would help.
Your Master Rule 6 changed the game's fundamentals and prevented Yu-Gi-Oh! From remaining as Yu-Gi-Oh! And instead is this weird amalgamation of jank. I don't want that. I'd rather play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than whatever the fuck that was.
Even out the power balance between the first and second player, and it would make Pot of Greed a truly broken card again. So with all that said, I'd like to thank you for watching my video. I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone's thoughts on this topic once it releases. I've been working non-stop on this video since...
I can see a far future where Pot of Greed is at 3 and no one plays it because it isn't spell speed 2 and you can't use it on your opponent's turn. I can also see that in a far future. That is not right now. Right now, Pot of Greed, if it were to come off of the list in 2023, would cause issues. Mostly with deck building and mostly with, like, game sacking, right? Which already is annoying as is. Drawing the one of is kind of annoying. And yeah, you can play around Pot of Greed, but that doesn't necessarily make it fun. That doesn't necessarily make it more balanced. That doesn't necessarily make decks more interesting. It just means that more decks are going to be playing the same cards, which is already frustrating, right? Hot take: Master Rule 4 needs to be brought back. That is a hot take, and also wrong. It's just wrong. I do not want to go back to Master Rule 4. Master Rule 4 was terrible. Actually, technically, we're still in Master Rule 4. So, there's that. But pre-revision with links and stuff like that being basically the whole shenanigans that they were, not good. Master Rule 3, maybe. Just say fuck links. Actually, let's go back to Master Rule 2. Just fuck pendulums and links. Just get them out of there. No one cares. I agree with him on most of the stuff, but I still got a question. How does that make the game more fun? It doesn't. Also, you agree? What are we agreeing with? I guess I technically agree. Like, yeah, technically speaking, it could come back. Technically speaking, all of these things aren't incorrect until about 20 minutes in, and then it was. And then I don't know what the fuck was going on here. This was just like blatant incorrectness. I don't want to read the comments, but I absolutely do want to read the comments. This guy's high on that copium. This isn't an argument for Pot of Greed to be banned. It's an argument for Pot of Prosperity to be banned. I think you're looking at this wrong. If you assume the Pot of Greed won't be Ash, then Pot of Greed effectively just says both players have a 12.5% chance to draw 6 cards on their first turn, and that's that is a very uninteresting variance. Unbanning Pot of Greed wouldn't suddenly break the game in the way unbanning something, for example, Delinquent Duo. Why does everyone use fucking Delinquent Duo? Delinquent Duo's ass. Say an actual card that would actually matter, like Snatch Deal. Not that one. Like Confiscation or what have you. We're getting 2 activations of it would leave the opponent practically defenseless. Well, that's okay. I can agree on that much. But multiple retrained versions of Pot of Greed with downsides are heavily played and dancing on and off the ban list of multiple formats for being too powerful already. The effect is worth even the heavy cost of these retrains. It's still a matter of my opinion as some random in the internet, but it is evidenced by any number of topping deck lists. Exactly, we literally looked at Pot of Prosperity and it's still seeing a shit ton of play, even though it is arguably worse. You got me to watch and share the video though, and now I'm commenting on it, so that's a win for the content. I had something enjoyable to listen to while I was making banana bread and applesauce. You literally gave me a stream, so I can't be too upset about this, but I will say, ooh, a lot of the points being made are valid, but they feel not well thought out, if that makes sense. I think one of the biggest issues with the Pot of Greed is that arguably it is quite a bit better for the going first player. The going first player gets to fire it off with basically only Ash as an answer. Going second, if they set up a strong enough board, you might not get a chance to resolve it. Yep. MBT literally has a video proof of Delinquent Duo being mid. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, Delinquent Duo is a terrible example. But everyone uses it because they go, 2 cards? That's crazy! And they don't think about, like, hand knowledge being so valuable and so important. Where, like, Confiscation or Forceful Sentry. Like, those cards would be far more impactful than Pot of Greed. Genuinely. But, I would, like, Pot of Greed is just, it could be anything, you know? That's the biggest problem, is that it's just like a sack. Imagine Duo discarding something like Nerval. Imagine Duo discarding something like, Tier card. I kind of agree with the first half, the second half is awful, yeah. Graceful Charity is a more fair comparison than Painful Choice. I know. Duo going second is mid. Pot of Greed is always good. Exactly. When you say Pot of Greed is weaker than powerful searchers, you're neglecting that nowadays decks are composed of almost entirely searchers, starters, and interaction. Read Hand Trap, Forward Breaker Trap. This means that Pot of Greed in decks with modern deck building sensibility. I like that he didn't like this comment. It's very funny. Modern deck building sensibility is going to be converting itself into a pair of searchers plus searcher plus starter plus interaction, etc. This is why Sword Soul is always super happy to be running Desires. There are vanishingly few pairs of dead cards that Sword Soul can draw from Desires besides more Desires, which is not a thing that you can say you can do in Pot of Greed in Sword Soul. Pot of Greed into Desires from Sword Soul turn 1 is a 7-card starting hand on a lean threat dense mid-range deck. Is Sword Soul the best deck? No, but it's emblematic of the fact that lean mid-range is a design space that Konami has been exploring a lot recently. Rescue Ace, Vanquish Soul, Sword Soul, New Unchained, etc. Tri Brigade. And all of those decks have the biggest soft spot dampening by lifting the floor higher by an insignificant amount. That's the part I'm most scared of. Raising the floor of already highly consistent decks rather than a high roll combo deck raising its ceiling a bit. Looping back around, Pot of Greed is as good as these powerful searchers because it becomes a searcher and or starter because it's converting nebulous card advantage into immediate leverage advantage by means of leaning deck building that cuts the fat. That is beautifully put. Holy crap. Yeah, basically. Instead of a card being a nebulous whatever, it is basically saying, hey, you are getting something impactful. You don't play cards that are not impactful in your deck. They will always be something useful. Right? And so if all of a sudden you're cutting your cards and, you cut a card and put in Pot of Greed, all of a sudden that Pot of Greed is almost guaranteed to draw cards that actually do something. Yes, you may draw a hard once per turn. Cool. You can use it next turn if you need to, but that other card could be a combo starter. Like, for example, cool, Emergence gets ashed, right? You go Pot of Greed, you search up a second Emergence, but now you also have a Moye in your hand. You didn't have a normal summon previously. Normal summon Moye revealed the Emergence. Awesome. You're off to the races. You now get to play the game. That's the problem. Might be worth considering Time Tearing Morganite here, not because it's exceptional on its own turn, but because it opts you into a slower style of game, and might indicate that Konami is trying to find ways to slow the game down, not entirely unlike your proposed Master Rule 6. Are you fucking kidding me? Did we all... What? Have we read Morganite? Morganite literally says, cool, control decks now have the ability to draw additional cards so that they can keep up. This isn't slowing down, this is keeping up. This is saying slower formats, slower decks now have the ability to fucking keep up with the rest of the metagame. Did we all misread Time Tearing Morganite? What the hell? What is happening? I feel like we all just had a fever dream and thought Time Tearing Morganite was just something else entirely. Oh. Okay. I think I've said my piece mostly with, should we unban Pot of Greed? No. No, we shouldn't. Why? Because it doesn't provide anything. It's not going to do anything of value besides unbanning a card. It's just going to make decks more sacky and less fun to play against. We already have a shit ton of those cards. We don't need another one. Right? And you could argue that it would maybe do something to make the game more fun. I don't really see how, though, because again, if you're arguing that rogue decks can play it, again, you have to look at the fact that meta decks can also do the same thing, which means if you don't enjoy playing against a specific deck, well, now they have Pot of Greed, which isn't, that's not going to be fun for you. And yes, you can play around it. Yes, there are ways to, do stuff, but it also thins down how many cards you can actually play in your deck, because now you have to play Pot of Greed, and maybe some counters to it, like Ash Blossom. I've never heard of a lean mid-range deck. Fair point. But I think you get the idea. Anyway, wild takes, not good takes, but wild takes, and honestly, it did what it was set out to do, which was get the discussion of Pot of Greed rolling. So, there you go. That's going to be it for this stream. I hope that you guys did indeed enjoy it. This was kind of weird. I'm gonna change the then. Oh, unbanned. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope that you guys did enjoy it. If you did, a like is very much appreciated. And if you want to check out more content like this, as well as more Yu-Gi-Oh!, then just be sure to subscribe. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. And remember to always stay frosty. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.